Good to be back. So we had some incentives. Looks like our favorite food is toast, and our coolest thing is love. So that will be what we run with today. I'd like to also introduce Andy Perfect, who will be covering for my, I just got my voice back after losing it, so Andy Perfect will be covering all the details of the run.
Hello, everybody. I'm remote, so you can't see me, but I'm here in spirit.
No, he's right here. He's right beside me, actually. So that's a reminder to donate for the Ghost incentive, because Ghost Andy here is expecting some photos. All right, well, I'm ready whenever, so I don't know if we count down or... Let's go. Thanks, everyone. We got you for the next 4 hours, so save your enthusiasm. You'll need it.
Just let us be excited here at the beginning, Ulti.
No excitement. None allowed. So his first opening cutscene is what, 1 minute 8 seconds, if I remember correctly?
So there's a ton of glitches that have been discovered throughout the game, and we're not going to be making use of any of them. This is probably the most popular category that has been speedrun over the years. So it's pretty much speedrun done as the developers intended, abusing mechanics and stuff, but really no glitches to be heard of around. So if you're familiar with the game, we'll probably be doing it roughly the same way as you would have done it, just way faster.
Yeah, there is going to be actually one glitch, but I'll tell you all to close your eyes beforehand. It was grandfathered into the run, because otherwise we would have had to invalidate, 100 runs? After it was
I know what you're
discovered.
talking about. It's the glitch that we didn't know that we were technically doing.
Yeah. So almost glitchless. So we do want to grab the bat there. Not just for safety. It's going to become a money issue very quickly. And this route, it's been a good 3 years since I ran the game, but this route right here gets imprinted on you as an Earthbound runner because you do it every single time you play. So I don't expect there to be a lot of issues with this route.
Yeah, pretty much every single category except for Ulti's favorite is going to do this hill climb exactly the same. Whether it's any percent or any variation of limited glitches, all this hill climb back up and down is going to be the same for about the first 5 minutes.
Just because you said that, I'm getting the bread roll now. Just to be stubborn. Because normally you'd want this bread roll after the next hill climb in case a crow steals it from you. But just to change it up, we'll get it now. I'm a risk taker. So Andy, can you tell them kind of the general premise for those not familiar with Earthbound? What did we just walk into, story-wise?
So the basic premise is you're just a kid chilling in your little home, and you hear a meteorite or a big crash. So you're going up the hill to investigate it, and you get up there. Some police officers tell you to go home and leave them alone. They'll take care of it. So in the middle of the night, you head up again once all the police have gone, and you end up encountering a bee that tells you this whole story about how this ultimate or this evil being has come from the future and is going to destroy the world. So you have to kill him from now so that his efforts in the future are failed, essentially.
Yeah, simple, right?
And there's a bunch of other Apple of Enlightenment stuff that's thrown around that really nobody knows what it is. There's theories about a bunch of the story, about the lore behind the game, but a lot of the story was never really fleshed out entirely. So some of the proper nouns that are thrown at you are really still a little confusing today still.
Yeah, and something I didn't know as a kid as well is that this is actually a sequel. Because the Mother 1 did not have a US release, at least not at that time. As far as I know. Someone might correct me on that.
Yeah, there was like a prototype that was put out back in the day, but it was never officially released. So, I mean, there was the game that existed, but it was never fully released in North America. I don't think, I guess the first official release of English Mother 1 was on the Wii U as Earthbound Beginnings.
In my glory days, I would have totally taken that, Skip, but let's go ahead and be a little safe. Oh, yeah.
You're seeing Ulti execute what's affectionately known as stutter stepping. So a lot of enemies will only move once you've been moving for a certain length, a certain number of frames, and
I got a little aggressive with that.
It's pretty easy to do when there was only one enemy on screen. But as you can see, there were a couple snakes and a dog, and the more enemies there are on screen, the more difficult stutter stepping becomes as the lag frames essentially increase.
And essentially, also, they have different movement types. So the dog is going to sprint at you, whereas the snakes are going to move as you move. So at that point, I just had to make a decision.
Yeah, you won't be able to use stutter stepping all the time. Like this crow, for example. The crow kind of swings back and forth in its movement. You can kind of take advantage of that and get it stuck on walls in some instances. But you won't be able to stutter crows like you can those snakes that he was doing.
That's a lot of enemies. I got a full house.
I haven't seen this many enemies in a while.
Wow, I got Brett's rolled again. All right, so this is a great start. We're gonna get our bad luck out of the way right now. He's just grinning at me as well. We're just gonna auto fight him. But the good news is this will make actually the next part of the run a little bit safer if I win this. I might not though.
These crows, I believe, have the second most speed in the game, so they're essentially impossible to run from early on. They have something like 70 speed, and based on how the run calculation works, it would probably take you like 8 turns at minimum to even be able to run from a crow.
Yeah, but that extra HP actually does help on the sharks battles, so let's see if we can't get past this area. Don't get me, don't get me, don't get me. Wow, I actually will probably have to take another fight here. This first hill climb, Andy, what did I get myself into?
I don't know. Hopefully this isn't a precursor to the rest of the run.
So I am using what I affectionately call my curse cart, which always has the worst luck in the Earthbound community. I decided to give it a chance today. I'm regretting that already, but we'll get our momentum.
Yeah, the intention right here is you kind of just walk up the hill and you either hope for a single snake or maybe a crow stuck on the wall. If it's a dog, you won't be able to stick it past it because of that movement we were talking about earlier. Ideally, you're just hoping for there to be no enemies.
That's how it should have worked.
You saw the dog on the very edge of the screen, and Ulti kind of waited for the dog to move itself off screen and despawn itself.
So that's a first for me, getting in 3 fights before the first spawn point, the first 100% spawn point. So yeah, we're already well on our way here. Oh, yeah, we'll get him stuck over there.
There's a lot of buffer built into this run. I mean, it's assumed that you're gonna get bad luck throughout the run. If someone could execute like the best segments throughout the entire run, you could probably see the record for this category drop down to like a 320 or something. But there's just so much randomness involved in an RPG that you kind of have to build in that there's going to be bad segments, average segments, and the really good ones are few and far between.
Yep, and shaking off some nerves. I mean, this is first run in a few years live. I'm really excited. So, but well past getting shaken by something like that. We'll get back on track. So as most people who were kids at one point, which is basically everyone, I did not have a lot of patience. So I've definitely looped this chat a lot. And Andy, if you could explain kind of the looping mechanism and how evil it is in this game.
The what now?
The text looping that it does on decisions.
Oh. So on certain text options, if you say yes or no, you have to say the right ones in a lot of cases. They will just start telling you the text again, and it just loops over and over. So if you're really not paying attention and you're just mashing in some cases, you can find yourself like reading the same text box multiple times before you realize, oh, I'm supposed to say no here.
Yeah, and as a kid, I was guilty of that, especially as a attention deficit kid. Definitely went through those loops many times.
You didn't get your bread roll stolen despite the crow fight. It's nice.
I used it right before, actually. I was going to point that out. Like I
didn't even notice.
The crow was going to steal it, so I just used it. I dove on that sword. And they'll steal it. Any
Yeah,
food
there's
items.
several enemies in the game that are scripted that can, if they try to steal an item, they can steal like any food item in your inventory. And a lot of times, it's not just food item; it's something that can restore like Saki points as well, and it can really hurt. This Starman fight is totally scripted. Starman Jr. will just alternate. We'll just do regular attacks, and Buzz will alternate between putting up a psychic shield and attacking. And you're just hoping that whenever Buzz is attacking, Starman Jr. is not defending, so that you put out the max damage and hopefully kill him in 2 turns.
Yeah, we're on a completely
Usually average is probably
yeah.
3 or 4 though.
I'd say 3, yeah. We're on a completely average pace right now because the first hit was 70 and he has 200 HP, so we're at about 150 right now.
As long as Starman isn't defending on the next turn, Buzz gets a really low roll. This will end in the next attack.
I just got a crit on him as well, so yeah, he only has like 20 HP left or something, 20, 30. Picky there with a nice crit for 1 damage. There we go. We got through it. Look, it was a very busy hill, but we got through it. First one down.
The fun fact about those smash attacks that you were seeing, attacks are always have a little bit of randomness involved in how much damage they do, but a crit is one of the only moves in the game that has no randomness built into the calculation. So if you're kind of doing some really heavy research and stuff to know like how much damage or what level should I be, what should my offense be for certain attacks in some cases. A lot of people built in, it's 4 times your offense minus the enemy's defense is how much a smash does. So you'll see like later on in some boss fights, if Ulti has the right amount of offense, he'll be able to one-shot certain enemies with a crit, and it can become a really nice factor in making some fights way faster.
Isn't that, for the police, can it technically be low enough not to kill them with a crit? Yeah.
If you're just low enough, I think it does 74 damage, and the police have 76 HP. So you get that 1 extra offense. Here's one of those looping mechanisms.
Yep.
Ulti wants to swap to pressing B right here to say no to this text box.
I would say this is the most evil one because you have to say yes to the first and no to the second, and so if you're not reading carefully, you will loop forever.
One nice thing, I've always hated games that require you to just like mash incessantly through text. I really enjoy games. There's a Paper Mario, for example. You just like hold a button and it just pushes you through the dialogue. But Earthbound does do something nice where you can mash text with A, B, select, and L. You can use all 4 buttons to get through text. And it makes mashing a little bit nicer. It doesn't kill just 1 finger, it just kills all 4 fingers.
Yeah, you just do more damage to yourself instead of, you know, minimal damage. If you did not know this was here, most people I think do. But yeah, this is here. You get an heirloom from your friend, and we're just going to turn around and sell it, hawk it for a lot of money. So it's real important to us.
Yeah, technically it's the best in slot piece of equipment for the other section of your equipment, but you can turn around and sell it and buy the weaker item for it and a better defensive item for another slot, which nets you more defense overall.
Ooh, I'm rich because of those fights. So here we go. We're going to sell it right away. Sorry, buddy. And this is how we're going to survive the early game, is with this defensive equipment.
Can I pop in with a couple of donations?
Absolutely.
Awesome. We've got a $10 donation from P-Train that says gaming. We all like gaming here. And a $5 anonymous donation with no comment, but thank you so much for that.
Okay, see, that's one thing about getting a level early is you do so much more damage with those early levels.
Yeah, if you get really unlucky, that fight can, if you're a lower level, can actually be a 4-turn fight.
Yeah, and you only have 30
And that's actually
HP.
one of the scary fights. If it kind of drags on, and he does a stronger attack, he can actually kill you. So you end up having to like heal after that first attack in lots of cases.
Oh, wow, I thought I'd actually get that. Hope I don't miss.
Yeah, his rolls are low enough that I think you were safe for another attack regardless, unless you missed. So this boss, it's a couple bosses that Ulti will be fighting. They're just kind of, he's called the boss of the punks, because they're just kind of harassing the town. And by killing the punks, or taking care of the punks, really, you don't kill anything, they just become tame or go away.
Everything becomes tame, yeah.
The mayor of the town gives you a key to the shack so you can head up to the first dungeon where you'll be fighting one of the first like major bosses of the game.
Time for Filthy Frank here. This guy can also do some... He's just talking dirty to me. That's what we want. Talk dirty to me, Frank. Yeah.
Yeah, so this fight's pretty straightforward. It's just alternating between healing and attacking, unless he does the guts move, in which case you get to attack twice.
He can crit you too. I mean, this fight can go really bad. But that's everything Earthbound. You're going to hear that all the time. Don't worry. You'll hear it again. Earthbound can go really bad.
The nice thing, though, is a lot of enemies are totally scripted in their actions. Frankenstein, which Ulti's fighting right now, is totally scripted.
Yeah.
He does an attack, and then he does a burst of steam, which is just an empty turn, and he just alternates between that. And because of that, as long as you kind of know what kind of damage rolls to expect, you are totally safe, as long as you have the ability to heal.
Like that.
The max damage you can do on an attack is usually around 36, in the absolute worst case. Well, there's a 36.
And there we go. Something actually a lot of people didn't know as kids is you can come back here for a full heal whenever you want after beating Frank. And we're going to take advantage of that because we have no PP. So we're just going to pop right back in here.
Yeah, if you get really lucky with some of the enemy turn actions, you can actually skip this heal, because there's a magic butterfly in the next dungeon which will restore your psychic points. So you can kind of just plow your way through the beginning section until you get to the magic butterfly and recover there. But only safer to just take the full heal now.
We're going to see really quickly if I have my movements down, because going through those bushes is actually harder than it looks.
The harder bosses in the game.
Yeah, bush boss, that's right. That's what we called it.
Yeah, Perkle here is... if you came to talk to him earlier, he asked you to take care of the punks for him, because he's a stereotypical mayor that does nothing, and he just wants you to take care of him. Take care of it for him.
Yeah, they definitely gave him narcissism as a personality, because you have to tell him he's important to get the key to the next area. Or, you know, tell him that he won't be held liable for any problems you get into, one of the two. There we go. Bush boss
Easy.
down. Easy.
I wasn't going to ask if you were going to do this burger list live.
Oh, no, 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 no. With the way that first hill climb went, we're not that risky.
Yeah, so some runners will not buy hamburgers here, which is the best healing item you can buy up to this point. And because the next boss can really drag on, and you end up like using multiple of these hamburgers to even get through it. Some runners will, if they're trying to get a really good time, will skip this section entirely, and it probably increases the odds that you will wipe to the next boss by at least 2 to 3x.
And notice how I didn't count the hamburgers, because after a while he's just like, hey, you have too much cholesterol and you're 13, so like get out of here. I actually don't know how old he is at this point. But no,
Definitely a young teenager, if a teenager at all. I forget the canonical age for Ness.
Yeah, I know his birthday's at the end technically, but I forget what that transition is.
So this will be the only grinding section of the game. It's I feel like it's pretty unusual to have, in a 4-hour run, there's only one section where you actually grind. And it only lasts a few minutes. We're going to be fighting these slugs in packs of 4 to get to at least level 8. And level 8 is where Ness will learn his first offensive PSI ability, which will be key for taking down the little side enemies for Titanic Ant quickly.
So this is a public service announcement. Normally you don't auto-fight this one, and Ness just showed you why. These slugs have 30 HP, and he hit the first two for 29 and 25. So you really want to get these guys down as quickly as possible so that they're not doing their attack rounds.
Yeah, the slugs are pretty weak, but if they, I think it's like, probably after like 5 turns, they start being able to concentrate, and then they will cast Hypnosis on you and put you to sleep. And it's really not that threatening, because they still don't do that much damage, it can really drag.
And again, it's all about just keeping track of the mathematics of it. Like in the back, what you're not seeing, because it's in my brain, is I'm always keeping track of mathematical probabilities of dying. Which in Earthbound is a constant threat. This is not your
So
typical
right there,
RPG.
ulti is just going back and forth. The way the enemies spawn in this game, there's little spawn tiles throughout the map. And certain tiles are set to spawn certain enemies once they're triggered. And ulti is just walking back and forth just off screen just enough so that the spawn tile will trigger over and over again, and he'll hopefully get slugs to be there.
Can I give a quick update while you're doing some slug fights here?
For sure.
Awesome. All right. So we do have another incentive for the end of this run. There is a donation incentive to show off the Mummy softlock and ghost photos. We are currently at 50 out of $250 raised for that. So long run, it's going to be at the end of the run. We got some time, but don't wait too long to get those donations in. This is going to be a really fun run, and I know I'm already really sucked in and enjoying this game. So it'll be here before you know it.
So Ness may not be married, but he's still showing off the misses here very early. He misses a lot, and he's always going to do it with 4 slugs as well. Always. He's going to miss right away.
I've never heard that pun used in this. I love it.
Don't worry, I got a lot more puns. It's something that I got holstered. So we need 22 slugs, 22 and 22.
So I think this will be 16 after this fight.
Yep, so I'm gonna head up and get the 6-pack next if you want to explain kind of how the floors work here.
Yeah, so the safe way to do this is to just take the packs of 4 slugs here on the bottom floor, and you do that, and you end up taking 24 slugs. So a little more than you actually need to get level 8. The aggressive way to do this is to take 16 and you head to the top, and you hope for have 6 slugs, which can happen only on the top floor. And the problem is a lot of things other than 6 slugs can also spawn, including Antoids, which are probably the most dangerous enemy in this dungeon.
Yeah, they call for help.
And-
Anything that calls for help is terrible.
So yeah, going up the throat, he's just hoping to see a pack of 6 slugs. The dangerous part comes if you go back up and down and you kind of get pincered by 2 packs that are not slugs. So there it is. There's a 6-pack. I can't see 6, but I guarantee you there are 6 there.
Yeah, there they are. All the boys in the
I
band.
only saw 5 now, but I assume they were overlapping, just because slugs don't come in 5s.
Yeah, and they also will hide in kind of the lines of the graphics sometimes. So sometimes, like, especially ants do that too. Yeah, so sometimes you even get ambushed by enemies that you don't expect. But this should give me my next level, which gets me 2 things. Well, hopefully 2 things. 1.5 things, in theory. First of which is the Rockin' spell, which I'll need to beat the next boss. And second is, there's a good chance I have over 23 offense, and if I do, that means I can step on an ant and smash him right away. Apparently, if you only have 23 offense, your shoe is not strong enough to do that.
The offense up 4, I guess, I'm not sure. I don't know if you were counting offense. Oh, you have 24.
24, we're good. So we
So
have...
yeah, some enemies, there's a little calculation done. If you have enough offense, you auto-kill the ant, and you don't actually have to fight them. So in some of these areas, the next 3 rooms that he's going to walk in through, if there's a single Antoid, he can just take it, and he doesn't have to worry about stutter stepping or select that single Antoid right there. He will auto-kill it with 24 offense.
If I had 23, this shell's too hard. Oh, what, did he give me a cookie? He did. I have 2 cookies, actually. Ness.
I actually don't know what the odds are for an Antoid to drop a cookie. It's probably like 1 in 16.
I think it's a little. I think it's like more than that, but not. Oh, I could have taken that, couldn't I? I seem to get them all the time. That's the only basis of which I say that. Like now.
The other cookie probably came from a crow fight. The crows that he was fighting on the hill climb earlier.
Oh,
had a
there's an
100%
Antoid.
chance to- Oh, was there another Antoid on that rock?
Yep, that's exactly what we're talking about. Is what they hide in those lines of the rocks, and fool you into taking two. We're good. All right, let's start this battle. The only
So
one-
the main reason you want Rocket Arm for this boss is to take out the Antoid. The Antoid have a pretty decent chance to heal the main boss.
or love,
If you try
sorry.
and,
Or love.
This boss is a little iffy, so I'm gonna leave it to Ulti to take care of this guy. If he's really mean, he can kill you.
I'm gonna
Two
try
really
to.
nice rocket rolls though.
Yeah, those are good rolls.
Yeah, so like 3 attacks will kill him at this point.
Unless he uses a shield. I mean, there's a lot of things this game can do like that. But we're still pretty close now. Oh yeah, there we go. It's already done. That was actually a good fight.
Yeah, that's the kind of fight you're hoping for when you're doing burgerless, when you're not doing the safety burgers. That kind of fight pays off when you be a little aggressive.
Yep, and what that means is you're not gonna have your cholesterol raise too much today, Ness.
We'll still eat them all during the cop fights.
Yeah. Yeah. But that makes
This
up
is
for.
the first of 8 sanctuary spots that you're going around the world to collect. And it's with the power that you absorb from these sanctuary spots gives you the power to defeat the big bad boss.
Yes, you need to absorb sanctuary spots to beat the time-traveling aliens if you're keeping up.
We have time for a couple donations while you're backtracking out of the dungeon here.
Yep.
All right. We've got a $20 donation from Orleix that says, "Don't leave those 2 bukas by themselves. 4 bukas can really be a handful. I wouldn't want to have to deal with 8 bukas. It's best to just nip those 16 bukas in the bud." And we also have a $50 anonymous donation. Thank you so much for that. We're now up to $120 out of $250 for the showcase at the end of the run here.
I believe in the Earthbound community. We'll get there.
Yeah, Ari's another member of the Earthbound community. Awesome guy.
Hey, he normally comes to this event. So we miss you, buddy. Oh, come on.
Now we're gonna experience some police brutality. You're gonna go to the cops. The cops are currently blocking your way to Tucson because they're under order not to let anyone through, and you get trapped in a room with a bunch of cops, and you're forced to turn them all tame, if you will.
Yeah, and we just got a
before
full
they let you
heal,
through.
so we don't have to worry about that. But yeah, remember this game was designed for kids. So, and this is actually tame compared to Mother 2. They tamed it down for our audience, but just keep that in mind because there's a lot of adult themes that you'll see in it, such as this. So they have 90 HP, usually, well, a little less than 90, and 3 hits will usually do it. Oh, another one. Wow, I can't even carry anymore. Yeah, let's get rid of that cookie. Doesn't really matter. I'm not going to eat all these. Too much food.
Yeah.
That was a really good first fight, actually.
So the strategy for these cops are usually pretty straightforward. Well, the strategy that I do is if I'm below 55 HP, I'll use the hamburger, and if I'm below around 30 or so, I'll use a knife up. Because if you take 2 big hits below those ranges, your kills have a chance to not get off in time.
Yeah, and I'll usually go down to 50 because I usually like to play risky, but these guys can crit you as well. It's very common. And if that happens, I need at least 60 HP.
Yeah, and he's sitting on or Ulti's sitting on 8 hamburgers still, so he is free to heal as much as he needs to right now. Doesn't exist.
Yeah, in fact, I need to get rid of those hamburgers out of my inventory. because inventory space is a premium in this game. There's certain points in the game where there's not a spare slot, and we wish we had more.
Yeah, so each character can hold 14 items that you need, or that 14 items becomes like a premium later on as you fill everyone with explosives.
So yeah,
Going to the final cop with full psyche points, which is really nice.
I'm gonna
Ideally,
keep
you
them
just double rock in the final boss.
probably heal up the full with hamburgers just because I have them, and then I'll just try to pop off Rockins or Loves. Pop off Love to tame him. Wow, that didn't do it all the way. Okay, that should get me though. Good enough. Just one. There's a second.
Nice. That rockin' ability, or I guess piece I love, has a range of 40 to 120. And it's kind of more or less a bell curve shape, and the damage range that it does. So the most common damage that it does is 80, and then very unlikely to get all the way down to 40 or all the way up to 120.
So actually, despite the first hill climb, that ended up being a pretty decent, however you want to say it, whoa netty. I say it that way just to make all the other runners mad.
And that's one of those, still, what, 20 plus years later after this game is released. There's still debates about how this city is pronounced. Maybe not debates, but just like people pronounce it differently. There's Onet, there's Wonet, there's Onetty.
Yeah, you can all pick your own pronunciation. Just make it your own, you know, be creative.
Can I slide in with a quick donation?
Absolutely.
All right, we've got a $20 donation from Ragin' Cajun Boy 42 that just says, "Don't forget the gelato skip."
Not sure what the gelato skip is.
I'm getting the impression there's going to be a lot of inside Earthbound jokes in these donation comments today.
Yeah, most definitely will. So one thing is, I know the range of these mushrooms, and though I haven't played this game in so long, it's still embedded in me how close I can get to these enemies before they get aggressive. And you saw some of that on display a second ago. If I'd gotten any closer to those mushrooms, whoops, they would have definitely attacked me.
Yeah, some of the enemies have kind of like an aggro radius, if you will. The distance at which they will start coming at you. And going down to Tustin, that little walk right there that Ultimus did, if they're kind of near the middle, you can skirt that radius very closely by hugging the corners. But you have to be pretty knowledgeable about how far you can go, or otherwise you will get attacked.
And that's why we say there are no good Earthbound runners that are new. We can always spot fake runs when they exist, because if you're getting a great run in like 3 months, then you haven't ran into enough mushrooms. I'm sorry.
So Ulti set up a safety save, or no, I guess it's not a safety save, it's an intentional save. You do that regardless of the situation you're in. So after a while, in probably like 15 minutes, Ulti will take an intentional death to death warp back to Tustin to not have to do a walk that takes several more minutes.
Which is pretty messed up in the storyline, because these guys are all trusting us to bring Paula back safely. But they never set the condition we had to bring her back in, and she's basically going to end up in the hospital by the time we're done with her.
Earthbound, in my opinion, is a really great game, but it does have one downfall, in that you spend too long once you start the game with only one character. I feel like games always kind of expand in like the strategy and what you can do once you get multiple characters in your party. And Earthbound spends a little bit too long, in my opinion, with just the one. In a speedrun, we'll get the next character usually around the 40 to 50 minute mark, which is a good way through if you're playing casually.
So this would drive you crazy in the speed run because there's nothing you can do about those zone spawns. They just have to despawn them through the exit. I think it's actually slightly longer too if there's a music change, right? To despawn through tunnels.
It changes, I think it increases the load time by like a second. If you're going between two zones and the music stays the same, the load time is faster than if the music changed during that load during the zone switch.
There you go. That's the best way to say that.
So what Ulti was doing right there, there's a metal pencil, which makes a lot of sense, blocking your path. And you don't actually have to go check it. All you have to do is load it into the game's memory. And at that point, there's a story trigger has happened, so that once you back out of here, Apple Kid calls you, who you gave $200, and he tells you he has an invention, which is a pencil eraser, which is perfect.
Yeah, and that's...
You go use that pencil eraser to erase the pencil.
It's not obvious by now. This is a satire on RPGs that ended up being one of the best RPGs of all time. So he just happens to have the item you need every single time, sometimes before you even need it. Ooh. And that's just by design. I mean, it's supposed to be tongue-in-cheek.
I know in Japanese, it's actually an octopus statue. And it's kind of a play on words, like the two words that are put together are essentially the same word, just a very, very slight change. And to localize it into English, they kind of had to... An octopus eraser doesn't really have the same wording as a pencil eraser, so they kind of changed the model to make the joke land a little better.
So I want to point out something. Everdread's on that roof, and if you ever play this game casually, he has surprised you at one point or another. But we're not going to deal with him. Technically, if we fought him, then we would be doing all bosses in this run, because he's the only boss we skip in the route.
But I will say, there's a running joke that I've only accidentally ever fought Everdread once in a race situation before, and I ended up winning the race. So people are 100% success rates when they fight Everdread in races.
We should explore that more. Maybe there's something to it. New strategies to develop.
I'm gonna explore this and chase that feeling.
I always get the urge. I just want to go fight him. I don't know why.
If you just have Solo Ness, he jumps off the roof and you have to fight him. But if you come back and he jumps off the roof and you have Paula, he just gives you the item you need.
Yeah, he's gonna
fight him.
He's gonna hang out on that roof for seemingly days. He just doesn't care. He'll just stay there and wait for you.
Here, this is an area called Peaceful Rest Valley. He's gonna use the pencil eraser that he got from Apple Kid to erase that. And there's lots of spawns you can easily get pincered. So you'll see ulti. Sometimes if you're experienced enough with the game, you can feel the game kind of lock up in areas you're not expecting it to, ever so slightly. And you know before even seeing the spawns that spawns have occurred. It usually will only happen if you see like multiple spawns. The game will lag just a small smidgen, and you can catch it before you actually see the enemies.
And that's what actually happened with that UFO right there. Because if I had not predicted that spawn, he would have definitely gotten me. Because his random movement was to the left, which is where I was.
It's definitely a field thing that comes over time because some places there will just lag, but you're not really confident knowing where the different spawn tiles are. Nice thing about that moving tree right there, Ness actually moves ever so slightly faster than the tree, so you can outrun him.
I love disrespecting the spawns.
Very clean, peaceful route so far. No enemies through there.
Oh.
I spoke too soon.
Disrespected.
Are you full on psyche points?
Yeah, I should be. I had so many to begin with. Because I only used 2 rockets.
I guess you never even had to use a life up on strong, so you only use double rockets, so a single butterfly was all you needed.
Yep. Wow, that's a busy spawn plate right now.
Nicely done.
Thank Thank you. And so there's a 25% chance this one of these snakes aggroes. I got lucky, so another small boss beaten there.
Yeah, once you're a certain level above enemies, I don't know why there are snakes in that tunnel. They're the same snakes as there were at the beginning of the game, and you will just auto kill them. I don't know, even casually, even if you like booked it through here as fast as you could, you're still gonna auto kill snakes. I don't know why the game put them there, but they are there. And they have the chance they have to run from you is based on your level. So there's just a slim chance to come at you. It's just a weird enemy to be there.
Time for a donation.
Yeah.
All right. We have a $5 anonymous donation that just says, "Wish I could be there in person. Keep up the great work, Midwest Speedfest team." Thank you.
Well, anonymous person, we wish you could be here too.
Here you find the second character that's going to join your party, Paula. Paula is locked in jail, and the evil cultist leader has locked her up. She's going to give you a Franklin badge, which allows you to reflect lightning so that you can beat the boss. Kind of messed up. This cultist leader is locking up this little 12-year-old girl in a remote jail.
Yep.
They're called the Happy Happyists.
And if you remember him, he's your next door neighbor, that portly fellow there. Oh, and I just got Famicom, my first of the day. This could actually hurt a little bit. So I call it Famicom because I use a Japanese controller, and the controller D-pads are a little bit looser, but they're better in a lot of ways. I think the rubber's a lot better, so I use those. Once in a while, you're going to see unintended cursor movements. Oh, like that. It just happened again. Just got to shake out the controller a little bit here. We're going to heal here, just to be sure now.
Yeah, the safer play there was to heal. Rockin' is one of the only PSI abilities that actually has a chance to miss. So even if you got minimum rolls on the enemies, they were both gonna die. But if one of them had called for help or the rocket missed, there was a good chance he wipes right there.
And the ironic part about the Famicom issue and trying to run away from those cultists is there's no chance you can. They are used in a scripted fight once, so the game flags them as always being scripted enemies, and so anything that's scripted you can never run from, ever.
Yeah, there's a few areas in the game like that. Because the game scripts one other enemy type as like a mini boss fight that you can't run from, they all random encounters of that type become unrunnable as well. So if you've ever fought a random cultist and tried to run for 20 turns to only die, now you know why. Because you never had a chance to run in the first place.
Yep, it's turned off. Which is really scary here. Oh, but we got the smash. He failed his call for
Really
help.
nice, actually.
Yeah, and they got the smash.
Keeping those psychic points for the cult or for the Carpenter fight's nice.
Yep, and we might need him. Because this is one of those fights where it could go quickly or it could last minutes. It's just, we don't ever know with this guy.
Yeah, you're relying on, he's going to cast lightning every few turns, and each lightning has a 1 in 4 chance to hit you, and because he has the Franklin badge, those lightnings will reflect back and hit Carpenter for pretty good damage, and you're pretty much relying on that damage to end up killing him.
Oh, there we go. Maybe we're going to get a fast one. Oh, we didn't get... He's going to heal all that right up. Did nothing for us.
Yeah, you can roll the 3 and 4 chance to miss just over and over and over again.
There we go. Hey, this could be it right here. There it is.
Dang.
Very fast.
I mean, the only, like, if you're trying to go really fast, the only downside of this is there is a death warp that is occurring after this fight. So it is kind of nice to take a little bit of damage and get a little low on HP, but I mean, it's in this kind of setting, I would gladly take a fast fight in a situation where you could die.
I bought more items than I do normally for safety, and then my inventory was full. So I had to drop some stuff. There's that inventory becoming a premium already this early. So what do you think? Did he learn his lesson? Is Pokey a better person now?
Pokey's such a great antagonist. He's so annoying.
Spoilers, Andy. For all they know, he turned his life around.
If anyone has ever played Mother 3, you already know.
Yeah, I don't think that's much of a spoiler anymore. Alright, key to the cabin. Let's get Paula.
We're finally getting Paula. Paula is, kind of has low HP amounts, but makes it up for in psychic points and good psychic points abilities. You're gonna be leaning, probably for like the rest of the run, you lean pretty hard on using freezes. Freezes and explosives are probably gonna be like the main source of damage from here on out. Ulti's dropping a lot of the nice things he just got, some of the equipment and whatnot, because now we need to do a death warp. So he's gonna walk into either back into Peaceful Rest or into the Mondo Mole Cave, which is Sanctuary 2, and take an intentional death.
And this is
And
what I was
by
talking
removing
about.
all of your equipment and getting rid of the teddy bear, you die faster.
They already repainted the buildings. That was quick. Yeah, and this is what I was talking about, where you go to rescue Paula, they're trusting you, and then the first thing you do is you get her unconscious by this mole. Yeah, sorry, Paula, but we did rescue you, so...
The game accounted for Paula being dead when you bring her back. I think if you bring her back and she's dead, they just like don't even recognize her. They just assume that she's not with you. There might be some unique dialogue, I'm actually not sure, but you can advance the story with Paula dead.
If you get really unlucky, and it's only happened to me once or twice in all my runs, the mole can actually confuse himself enough times to wipe himself out. So one time you need the game to be aggressive, and sometimes it just doesn't want to be. I'm just using this item so I don't accidentally knock out the mole. So I just keep showing him my ATM card, like, if I pay you, will you just make this go faster? And we're back.
So we saved in Tucson way earlier, right next to an ATM machine, so you can withdraw the money, head back to the hospital, bring Paula back to life, and return Paula to her parents.
We brought her back. She's just in the hospital. We'll go get her. It's fine. But like all, American medical systems, we have to pay first. Whoops, not that one.
Time for a donation?
Yep.
All right, we've got a $20 donation from Kuma and Newbie that says, good luck.
Those are actually my dog's names. I don't know who donated, but they know my puppers. Yep, Kuma and Nubby. Which Kuma, of
Actually,
course.
no, you got another dog.
Yeah. Kuma is actually bear in Japanese because she's a little bear. She was more popular than I was in my stream.
They're big fans of Nessa's dog, I'm sure.
All right, so here comes Everdread. He's still waiting on that roof. He's like, you guys take forever. There he is.
Yeah, normally if you only had Ness, you fight him, and then he walks back into his house, and you come back with Paul later. But if you just never enter that area to fight him, he just gives you the stuff instead. Because you've already done what he asked you to do, or was going to ask you to do.
All right, so this is gonna look like I'm taking a weird path into this theater, but I'm really skipping a photo. And I know, skipping a photo. But we're trying to go fast.
Yeah, there's 32 photos throughout the game, and there's actually a category that specifically gets all the photos, but It's pretty easy to dodge some of them, and by gliding against the wall and walking in, you kind of skirt the zone that causes the photo to happen, and you never take that one. We actually only take, I believe, 2 photos in this game.
Yeah, there are
or in this
3.
run.
Yeah, there's 3.
Is it 3?
Because of Tinda Village, technically you don't take, but it exists.
Oh, that's true. You have to take it. That's forced onto you. I was thinking of the waterfall and Mole Cave.
Yep. There's 2 you walk through. All right, you can enjoy this nice cutscene here. This nice Runaway 5 song.
Or 6, depending on how you count.
We don't talk about the 6. There's 5. But hey, go ahead and vote at home. Which one of these do not actually belong to the Runaway 5? We'll leave it up to the audience to determine that. I think Consensus is the keyboard guy. You never really see him outside of the actual band playing.
The Runaway 5 are in a situation where they're in debt and they're just forced to play on the show or to perform here over and over until they pay their debt, which is ironically exactly $10,000, which is what Everdread gave you as a reward for bringing Paula back. So you go and pay off their debt, and they'll drive you through the ghost-ridden tunnel to Threed, which is the only way to get through the tunnel. Only for them to get stuck in debt later again.
Yep, so here's Everdread's cash that he just gave us. We're going to turn around and pay off the debt of the Runaway 5, who we never actually technically met because we went backstage and just walked out to see the show. I wonder if they'll get themselves in some more trouble later.
Yelty walks to the right again right there to avoid the photo once again.
And you can see how the bus says yacht. It means nothing, but they just reversed the sprite. It actually says runaway. It's just backwards. And you'll see that in all the sprites in these, especially these old games, had to do that to save some memory.
I never realized that. So when it's facing the other direction, it's just the runaway reversed.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna try to say it backwards. That'd be horrible. I don't even know how to say that backwards.
Yeah, they're gonna drive down here and drive you through the tunnel. There's a bunch of ghosts haunting the tunnel, and if you try and just walk through, they just like spook you and make you walk back to Tucson. But the Runaway 5's bus's music is too loud, and they just get driven away. That's how it works in real life too.
Is that why you're not here? So, if you're a kid playing this game, this town probably scared you, because I know it did me. Turning this from ghost town to like the pleasant place it is afterwards was one of the most comforting feelings playing this as a kid. It's actually kind of spooky with the background music, and just there's enemies everywhere, kind of creepy enemies. Like
The
there's
worst
some
part is
enemies
there's
there.
2 graveyards in this town.
Yeah, and you have to go through them. Those flies, they are
Yeah,
mean.
so the enemies are here are pretty strong. So Ulti's gonna be trying to get the enemies either stuck on the gravestones so they can't get to him, or just despawn them entirely.
Yeah, and one thing that's a runner sense that we don't really talk about, if you notice, all Earthbound runners kind of stick to wall lines. Like I'm going below this tree line here just to get enemies stuck, and we all do that just through instinct because we've all gotten bitten by not doing that.
Rough spawns coming out of here.
Yeah. Oh wow, there was one. He's hiding in the trees. It's actually fine though.
You got to see the first instance of the rolling HP meter right there. So Earthbound has a fun mechanic where when you take damage, you don't lose it all immediately, and you can still take actions while your HP is ticking down into death. So in that case, Paula took mortal damage and would have died, but her action took place before she died, so she ends up rolling back up to 1 because the fight ended.
Yeah, I don't want to self-backpack there, but I am known for my mashing abilities. So you gotta press the buttons real fast sometimes. Oh, wait.
And interesting enough, like the game is kind of balanced in... Ooh, nice, you got him. The game is kind of balanced around that rolling HP meter, especially in the late game. Lots of attacks will just do mortal damage, regardless of what level you are.
And if you oh, go ahead.
It's kind of built into the fact that you're gonna try to act fast to get out of the fight. Because if you act fast, then you'll keep more people alive.
If you just missed that, I just talked to that NPC, but you're not supposed to be able to catch them, so they have no dialogue. Again, I don't know why Paula sticks with Ness, because first thing is she goes to the hospital, and the second thing, he chases a scantily clad lady into a room. So Ness probably not the best first impression.
Here we're gonna have a little interim scene to get our third character in our party, Jeff. Jeff is probably the most polarizing character among speedrunners. You either hate him or you love him. Because you rely on pretty much one source of damage for him in the form of bottle rockets. And sometimes they don't do the kind of damage you're hoping they do.
And I know it's kind of a touchy subject that Andy's bringing up because I think we're on opposite sides of that argument.
Oh no, Ulti, not you.
Can't stand Jeff. I'm sorry.
I am pro Jeff all the way.
I'm anti-Jeff. Jeff has he's broken my heart too many times with low bottle rocket rolls.
The thing is, without Jeff, your route would be totally different. All the boss fights would take longer, and the entire run would just be heartbreaking because you wouldn't have bottle rockets.
But I'd have less runs failing. The heartbreaks would be more, but they wouldn't be as intense. So yeah, this guy totally just jokes with us. He gives us a key that doesn't work, and then just laughs at us, and he says it didn't work. And I invented something that I didn't tell you about before.
I don't know why he's on one when he gives you this key he knows won't work, and you come back, he's like, it didn't work, did it? It's like, obviously. It's like, here's the one that really works. Why'd you waste my time?
But he's our teacher, so this type of education Jeff is getting. That's why he can't hit anything with bottle rockets.
Technically one more item that you can get in the lockers, but it's a broken item, and you won't be able to repair it for a while. So by the point to be relevant, and you would be able to repair it, you already have either better stuff or you don't care about Jeff attacking anymore.
Now we're coming to
an annoying item that you can't drop. You have to give it to Escargot if you want to get rid of it.
Yep, it goes back to inventory. Now here's a character that is universally hated. I don't think I can find one person that will agree that Bubble Monkey is a great character, so this is the most unifying character, probably. I don't know, Andy, what do you think about Bubble Monkey?
I'm afraid to give my opinions.
It's okay, we all hate him.
I mean, Bubble Monkey's a cute little guy, but his movement is like, he will stop like that. Oh!
Yeah, like that. He'll get you into fights.
He stops randomly, and he'll just like decide to catch up to you.
Yeah.
And doing so, he can trigger fights that you've already skipped. And that's the annoying part.
And I might even get into this crow fight, just depends on what happens, or if Bubble Monkey decides to stop again. We'll see. He's a character. Now we got past.
Getting that level isn't terrible, though, because
No,
it means you can survive 3 protoplasm hits, most likely.
And what I was trying to do is get Bubble Monkey to green him by coming up from behind, but of course Bubble Monkey in true form was useless and did not do that. could actually get a lot of skips in this area consistently if it weren't for him. So everything he does is just a time loss.
Yeah, you could skip all 3 fights in Brick Road. Maybe not super reliably, but fairly consistently, I think. If it were not for Bubble Monkey.
So next time you talk about how cute Bubble Monkey is, remember there's speedrunners out there suffering because of his actions.
All these guys here on the shore are all looking for Tessie, the mystical monster residing in the lake. And Tessie finally arrives, and one guy's looking in the wrong direction.
Winters is interesting. So a lot of the Earthbound inside jokes and memes come from like this small segment of the game. I'm sure if there are community members in chat, they're spamming their Tessies right now. And if you're not, you better start.
Mostly because it's comical how poorly his face is done.
Yeah, what's it called? MS Paint Beast is what we call him.
There's definitely some Tessie love in the chat right now. Do we have time for a quick donation?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, we've got a $10 donation from Pink Pansy 02 and Boxiador 2007 that says Vamos. Emphasis on the S's.
Vamonos. That is, I know who that's from. I believe they're in the audience right now, actually.
Ahead is going to be the first case of enemy spawn abuse. So Ultimo Ice is going to walk to the left right there because there's a spawn tile that actually has a 100% chance to spawn a Gruff Go, which is actually a pretty tough enemy. And by walking all the way to the left, the enemy spawns on the far right side of the grid of the game. And that spawn tile does not trigger for some reason. So by approaching it that way, it does not trigger the spawn tile.
It's an off by 1 error in the code if you're a programmer. So this is affectionately called the hardest enemy in Earthbound. So again, we have names for everything in this area because they're all meme worthy. You lose a minute if you die to
Dragging
it.
like this, my tendency is to try to start running.
After a while, you just run.
So the way run chances work in this game is so it takes your speed and subtracts the enemy speed.
Oh wow.
And that's the percent chance you have to run on the first round. So if your speed is 10 and the enemy speed is 5, you have a 5% chance to run on turn 1. And every single turn that goes by, the chance increases by 10%. So if a fight kind of drags on like that, and you're on like turn 6 or 7, your odds to run are probably going to be pretty decent. More likely to run than not. So that's why he just started going for the run after a few turns and not at the beginning.
We didn't have a chance on Duck Skip because of his random movements. He went way too far north. And the next skip is going to be determined by Bubble Monkey, so knowing how this will probably play out. We need him to not stop right now. And he stopped. Of course he did. So now we have to take this fight.
That skip is 100% done by you every time, but it's all dependent on whether Bubble Monkey decides to stop behind you or not, and he always does.
Yeah, always. Yeah. When it counts, at least. You'll be doing practice runs. He'll go right along with you, but. Next is Pond Cave. So Pond Cave is this whole section is tough, honestly, as a speedrunner. Not because it's necessarily hard to get through, but just so random that it can really lose a lot of time.
I'm gonna be interested to see how aggressively you stutter the enemies here.
Oh, probably not very much.
Some runners go all out and will like stutter everything they see here. But by stuttering, you can put yourself in a pincer situation where you get stuck between 2 packs.
And I've already done that once today in the first hill, so we'll avoid more pincers if we can. But after a while, sometimes you just get frustrated and do it like this. There we go.
Thankfully, once you're at this point, having 3 enemies is a little iffy.
Yeah, and
But you can, once you get past here, you're safe.
up and down as well. They were on both sides. and they're still on both sides. Sometimes you get forced like this now, I'll probably just have to.
Yeah, just one slug. It's fine. Actually, I think there might be another slug trapped on the gift box
Oh, well maybe I shouldn't open it then.
on the right side.
It's gonna refill. Oh, I have a bread roll too. Never mind, I didn't even need to do that. There's no getting around those mushrooms. Like I said, those things have a range. So if I'm not taking the skip on those, then that means I know the range is not going to favor me.
Yeah, the only way you can skip past mushrooms is if they spawn like way along the bottom or way along the top of this little room.
Not too bad.
3 more sections to get through.
That one should be pretty easy to despawn. Oh, maybe not. Usually when they're on the back of the plate like that, it's pretty easy to despawn.
Do you pick up the bottle rocket here?
No, I usually don't. I just buy 4 at the vendor. So I don't waste more spawn opportunities up top. All right, I'm gonna pull these guys down to me. Another thing you learn as you run is those mushrooms need to be pulled over to the wall first, or else they will just loop around and get you. And we've all been there where those things just loop around and ruin an otherwise good winters. No.
These cave boys have the same movement speed as like the trees earlier in Peace Forest Valley, so as long as you get ahead of them, you won't get hit by them.
Oh, if we haven't said this yet, this is Jeff's father, who has not seen him for 10 years. And then promptly puts him in a device that crashes hard into the ground. He's like the worst father, too. Like when your friends come, he tells like your friends you wet the bed still, even though he doesn't even know you. Just a terrible father.
But he is critical in being able to get to Gygas.
Yeah, that he is.
Do we have time for a donation while we're flying back?
You have 2.5 minutes.
Oh my gosh, that's more than I thought. All right, well, we do have one donation, and I think this kind of summarizes the last section pretty well. So it's a $10 donation from Kato Poke Nerd. It says Jeff equals bad, Bubble Monkey equals bad, Earthbound equals good. This game is confusing, but I'm absolutely hooked. Don't break your hands with stutter stepping and mashing.
Thanks, kiddo.
Old double negative, right?
I mean, we love the game. We love the run. There's a reason why the Earthbound community is so crazy, about the game. Is it brings us back to like the best moments of our childhood. A lot of times, like with the music and the colorful art. It's nothing like it. If you haven't played it yet in 2022, then you need to get on it.
Also, just want to take a second to remind everyone, if you're enjoying the marathon, please consider following Midwest Speed Fest. We are a Minnesota-based organization that has been hosting speedrun marathons since 2015. In the late summer and early spring, we partner with 2D Con and VGM Con respectively to help raise money for their chosen charities and bring even more entertainment to their conventions. We host online events occasionally too, also in support of charity. So far, we have raised over $60,000 for various causes, and we hope to see that number continue to grow exponentially with your support.
So this is the first of many cutscene bathroom breaks you get in Earthbound. That's actually one of the nice things about it being a 4+ hour run. So there's plenty of opportunities to take care of business.
Including a section where you're literally instructed to not press anything for 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's the password. You'll see it here in a bit, don't worry. Something I really liked you used to do, Andy, is Big Andy time. So during the 3 minutes, he would just answer, like, do a question and answer with, like, people in the stream. I thought that was really clever.
I mean, you gotta do something to fill that time. I don't always have to use the bathroom that bad.
All right, so everyone kind of does a different menuing route. I'm gonna do a lot of my menuing early game right now. I like to get out of the way early. Oops, got the door text. It's fine. All right, so.
So Paula unfortunately becomes kind of a mule for you, and you just dump all like your key items that you no longer want anymore on Paula, because when it comes to using items, Paula is just like the least useful. And also, we'll be a little later. We lose Paula for a short section of the run, and you want all the good stuff on Ness and Jeff during that time.
Yeah, inventory is a premium. If we could have more slots, we would take them. And we can barely survive with the inventory slots we have. Like, we are living on the edge a lot of times.
I don't think I've seen many people actually do the inventory management that early.
Yeah,
I think I usually do it at like Mole Cave.
this is another thing that I do that most runners don't, is I do this before Boogie Tint because since I fought that fly, Paula has fire. So I'm going to do fire strats. What do I have? 2. This is
I
something...
mentioned earlier how like we'll lean on freeze quite a bit, but Boogie 10 is strong to freeze. And so Paula never gained a level, she's pretty much useless and can't really do any damage to Boogie 10. But knowing fire, she can put out a decent amount here.
So I'm actually going to fight this like I would the next boss. I'm going to switch the strategies for them.
Oh, you're gonna save the big bottle rocket for...
Yeah, this is what I like to do
Kyle.
when I have fire. I think this gives a little bit more consistency if you swap those strats. Whoop, and of course I just got Famicom'd again. I really need to switch controller. I have another one plugged in actually, so I'll switch to that one here.
Let's think about, Ulti picked up a teddy bear. Whenever Boogie 10 attacks a single target, the teddy bear has a 75% chance to eat the attack. And teddy bear is very useful for that Boogie 10 fight right there.
So I just showed it on camera. I just switched controllers, and that's one of the best things about Earthbound is they thought ahead and made both slots work for the game. So yeah, I can just switch back and forth between the 2 controllers and nothing happens.
Yeah, it'll actually accept inputs like simultaneously from both controllers.
So in Mother 2, where turbo is very important, I actually just use both slots. One's turbo, one's not. You don't have to switch off and on the turbo. I did lose my teddy bear. That is kind of unfortunate. Just means 3 tunnel has to go real well. It always does, right?
Yeah, 3 tunnel, it's only like 4 rooms long, but it's probably one of the higher death points in the run. Are you going to set up a safety save beforehand?
Oh yeah. We're going to say that a lot though in the early game, is early game's very RNG heavy, so everything's a run killer, so you're going to get tired of us saying that. But 3 tunnel is, I promise you, one of the biggest run killers. So you kind of want the teddy bear. We don't have it, but it's fine. We'll get through it.
The thing that makes it a big run killer is like a lot of times you want to go back and forth. Like if you enter a room and there's enemies there, the natural instinct, oh, I'm just gonna back out and come back in and respawn it. But because the corridors are so narrow in 3 tunnel, a lot of times when you go backwards, there will be enemies sitting right there. So going back and forth is kind of a risk because you put yourself in a situation where you could fight extra enemies each time.
What's the % chance the enemy hits the teddy bear again? Isn't it like 75%?
Yeah, it's a 3 in 4 chance.
Knowing that, I'm still the only runner that I've ever heard of that has had all of my characters die with the teddy bear still having full health in 3 tunnel. Yeah. Sometimes the teddy bear doesn't even help. This is a safety save, so knowing that 3 tunnel is one of the largest run killers, I'm going to be safe.
On the bright side, because Ultimo Ice did Boogie Tent the way he did without using the big bottle rocket, he can be a little more liberal using heals and stuff and maybe some offensive abilities on some of the fights that he takes. If you did the Boogie Tent the normal way, which is using a big bottle rocket, you kind of have to make sure you keep your psychic points up during this cave for the final boss of it. But without it, means Ulti can be a little more liberal and life up when he needs to and be offensive when he needs to and lean a little more on that big bottle rocket damage.
I'm always offensive when I need to be.
Nice first room.
That was a great first room. I never get that in actual, attempts, so at least we got it here, though. It does count. Oh,
The scariest enemy in this room is probably the dog.
look at this. I just swear this is not typical, but this is great. I'll take this. Okay, so here we go. We have one more after this one, but this is pretty typical. You'll get trapped in these areas. And with no teddy bear, I'm going to have a lot of little friends being possessed into my characters, or possessing my characters.
Yeah, the tiny little ghosts are mostly just annoying. This is another situation where Paula took mortal damage, but the life up went off, or the fight ended in time, so Paula stays alive.
I'd like to say that'll be the last time. It probably won't.
The most annoying thing about being possessed is the little ghosts can solidify you and make a given character lose a turn.
All right, so that wasn't
that was a pretty despite getting double possessed, that was a pretty nice 3 tunnel.
If it was not bad, I would take this in a run. I would take it. Don't do it. Oh, he did it. Oh, no.
Oh, is the big ball rocket not gonna get off?
No, because he's solidified because of, oh yeah, this will be interesting, to say the least.
I think you still have enough damage if everything connects.
Yeah. It'll be interesting, to say the least. I might actually, we'll go for it. I was gonna say I might save the rest for healing Paula, because she's already taking some damage here.
Well, I guess you'll be able to heal after this next rockin'.
That was a good rock in there. Don't do it. Nope. Right, oh man. Okay, so I don't even think we did enough damage. We probably just have to restart this one. Right? I wasn't counting damage, were you?
I guess you probably did around 450.
Yeah, we're definitely resetting this one. Yeah, so that's why we did the safety save. The only thing that could have really messed us up there was a solidifying Jeff, and that's what happened, but that's Earthbound, baby.
Can I give everybody a quick update on the donation incentive while you're headed back? All right. So again, just so everybody knows, there is an incentive for this run to show off the mummy softlock and ghost photos. We currently need $85 more donated to meet that goal. And I'm just going to go ahead and put this out there. I think we should get 3,000 during this run by the end. We got about 3 hours to go. Let's do it, chat.
So what are the odds I get that clean 3 tunnel again?
100%.
Nope. This is what I expect.
Is there a fight that are you trying to get a clean room every time, or is there a fight that you're willing to take?
Trying to go for clean, but because I don't have a teddy bear. However, eventually sometimes you just have to take one like this. Oh, nope, there's a dog too.
Dog is the worst enemy.
Yeah, so this, actually, you know what we're going to do? We're going to put him to sleep, hope that this goes through, and then, actually, we have extra bottle rockets. There we go. And, of course, we have a big bottle rocket. It's fine. As long as we get through with Jeff, we're fine. Look, Jeff, I'll take back all the things I said. Just get us through this one. Ooh, yeah, I think we're gonna have to reset again. Well, maybe not. We might get out of it if Jeff can connect here. Oh, it's not enough though. Let's just try. Let's try it. Nope. All right, we're gonna reset again. So that's 3 tunnel. I've actually had 5 or 6 runs into here in a single day before on speedrun attempts, on the record attempts. So not uncommon, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's crazy how much not having that teddy bear influences this cave.
Yep. And that happens a lot though. Boogie Tints likes to destroy teddy bears.
Yeah, easy tunnel this time.
Hey, let's go back and forth. There you go, see? It's just back and forth. Can I despawn him? I'm actually waiting here to see if that zombie won't despawn himself. Oh, nope. Nope, nope, nope.
Woo!
So I took the green here. I knew I was going to take this battle either way, so I chose to take it on my terms, because if it's a green battle, I can run away 100% of the time.
Yeah, we'll be using that a little more often. If a fight is a green swirl, that is a lot of zombies. If a fight is a green swirl, it is a guaranteed run. As long as you do it on your first turn.
Let's just try it. Let's go for it. Should be fine. Just 2 zombies. No funny business. Maybe it'll make Paula and Jeff a little stronger for the next fight.
At least all you have to worry about now is ghosts.
Yep. See what we got. Good. 1 more. This time no mini ghosts to solidify Jeff. Yet. Okay, this one's green. Didn't want to speak too soon.
Is there a zombie in there? I didn't know zombies couldn't spawn in this room.
Oh yeah, you can get all 3. You don't have enough bad luck yet, Andy. You need more bad luck.
Is it worth, if you're doing the situation, to defend with Ness and Paula on turn 1 just to make sure the big bottle rocket goes off?
You know, actually, I'm gonna steal that strategy. Stolen. But of course, Jeff underperformed. So here we go. But we'll survive this one.
But he did perform.
He did perform. But this one's easy peasy now. So we're good.
Hey, this rocket should end it.
Yeah. So it was a little rough again, but we got through it. But again, there's nothing you can do in those situations. A lot of times, the first half of the game is really like this, and after that, it becomes more about your ability to survive rather than the luck of survival. So, fortunately, the Earthbound isn't cruel forever. Just the first, 2 hours.
Yeah, I would say probably like the last really scary area for the run is department store.
I would agree with that. Department stores.
And then after that, it's the chances to die somewhere are go way down.
At least if you're experienced. Like, the Grapefruit Falls here will kill a lot of new runners because it's one of those. Being good at this area is something that you have to earn by predicting lag and not getting pincered. But the late game is a lot more like this, where it's more experience and feel for the game than just luck. That's a lot of enemies up there. You already feel that.
Ultimo was picking up that protein drink. That'll be a key item that he needs to use to move a monkey out of the way later, as much as that makes sense.
Again, tunnel enemies.
I'm looking for a good roach spawn so you can stutter it.
Or none. That works too. That's even better for me. All right.
And if you're coming from the left side, there's never a roach in this room, which is nice. Here's Saturn Valley, the home of the famous Mr. Saturns.
Yeah, pay close attention to their font. It's unique. But it encapsulates their personality. It fits them perfectly.
So the Mr. Saturn's telling you that, so a bunch of the Mr. Saturns are like being held hostage, and by Master Belch. And to get into the base, the password is to wait behind the waterfall for 3 minutes. You can't press anything. You just have to chill there and not touch anything for 3 minutes.
Didn't practice with this controller, but we're doing it. Okay, we got through it.
Yeah, especially in these areas where there's only one enemy, you can be really aggressive with how close you get to the enemies and still try to stutter.
A lot of times I have more luck just despawning them. I don't know if this will be one of those times. Oh, I need my other controller. We're switching back for the stutters. There we go. Much better. Just might have to take it. There we go. So normally that happens a lot faster for me, at least usually faster than I can stutter, because I'm not a very good stutterer. That's not my, well, maybe when I talk sometimes, but in the game that's one of my less refined abilities.
This little walk up to the waterfall can be a really scary walk. Never mind. There's like 3 spawn tiles that you can easily get trapped between as you're going back and forth to despawn things. But it's easier, I guess, in that case to just not have them spawn in the first place.
I hope you're throwing up your peace sign, Andy. All right, 3 minutes. How much time did we lose in that 3 tunnel? I need to know how much of my buffer I just ate up.
Say probably like 8 minutes.
Oh boy, we better go fast.
I think this is maybe my designated time to catch up on a couple announcements and things like that. So
You got 3 minutes.
no 3-minute break for me. All right, so Midwest Speedfest next on-site event will take place at VGMCon. Oops, All Zelda. I've been wanting to say that, All Marathon. It's such a good name. In Minneapolis, Minnesota on April 14th through the 16th, 2023. We're excited to be working with VGMCon once again, and we hope that you'll join us in April. Visit vgmcon.org to learn more and keep an eye on our Discord server and Twitter account for more details as the event approaches. Midwest Speedfest 2022 is being restreamed in Japanese by our friends over at Japanese Restream. You can find their streams at twitch.tv/Japanese_restream. We have worked with them several times now, and we're very grateful for all the work that they do to bring marathons like ours to a larger audience. And Midwest Speedfest would also like to send a special thanks to LPAV for providing PVMs, projectors, and cameras for our marathon since 2017. LPAV has been Minnesota's trusted video and audio vendor since 2003. Having worked with companies such as Mountain Dew and Microsoft, you can trust LPAV will do it right the first time. Please support them by checking out their eBay store, which you can find in our Twitch bio, or by typing !LPAV in chat. Also, just want to quickly mention that after Earthbound, we still have to meet that incentive for this run, but we do have a bid war open for the next run as well, which is Mario Kart 8. And it is a character bid war between Donkey Kong, Waluigi, and Roy, so you can help choose the character for the next game after this one.
Three minutes is always longer than you think it is.
It is, yeah. Yeah, I would say I'm about 7 minutes, probably. Well, I'll give it about 7 minutes behind, but because of the 3 tunnel, but it's not too bad.
You're fine.
Fortunately, as I said, first half of the game is going to be the hardest luck-wise, and really we're a lot of the way through it at this point. All right, 3 minutes are up. Break over. Hope everyone got their snacks. If you say no to him, he will attack you. I found that out in a speedrun once. So always say yes, you do have the fly honey. Let's see if I can't despawn these guys. Stay back a couple seconds here. There we go.
So this is the home to the, ooh, I guess never mind. It's not the home to it if they're not there.
I got
So
pretty
the
good at
beloved
despawning
enemies, the
those.
poppies. There's little orange globes. And they don't do a lot of damage and they give a lot of experience. It's a great source of grinding. There they are.
Yeah, traditionally, that first battle will just be taken wholesale, but again, I just sometimes like to do things differently. Everyone kind of has their own style. That's what kind of makes Earthbound unique amongst runners, is we all have our own sub-strategies.
Yeah, mine right there is to do the fire and then attack each Fobby with different characters.
You can also freeze there to save on the animations. And then just attack with the other characters. Let's see what we got on this guy. Let's draw him down.
So this last enemy is Stutterable. It's a scripted fight, so if you touching him is like initiating a fight.
Oh, he got me. It's probably flies to the left anyways, that's fine. Well, the only thing that matters with this is if he calls for help, you cannot run from this. This is another scripted fight.
Yeah, if he calls for help, this fight can get out of control really fast. Here's a famous clip from another runner, where
Yeah, there's flies.
he ended up fighting like all 8 different slimes, ran out of Psyche points, and then prayed and revived all the ones they had killed.
Yeah,
And it took him like 15 minutes to die because they were all confused and wouldn't target him.
and fly honey and defend.
So yeah, use that jar of fly honey you got that was in the trash can after defeating Boogie Tent. And as soon as you use the fly honey, Master Belch will not do anything. You just use the fly honey absent-mindedly.
This might actually end it here. So I fired off my extra bottle rockets too. I just wanted them out of my inventory. I didn't actually expect Jeff to hit him. All right, but
And then we get to make first use of the exit mouse here.
just go ahead and top off Ness there.
You don't actually have to go back through the back and talk to the rescued Mr. Saturns. You can just book it as soon as you defeat Belch.
So one thing if you're interested in this run, a tip I like to give new runners, when you backtrack to despawn, watch the area you're backtracking to, because enemies will spawn behind you. A lot of people get caught not because they get pincered, but because they weren't watching the backside as they retreat to despawn.
That was a pretty clean walk south.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
And thankfully, when you're backtracking through Threed Cave, there are no enemies.
Actually, I'll be so
The enemies
bold.
are gone as soon as you defeat Belch.
Yeah. I'll be so bold to say that Belch's base was pretty good. It wasn't that bad.
Yeah. You only had 2 fights? Yeah, you only took 2 fights. That's pretty good.
Yeah, they're pretty
You
quick.
didn't have to take any of the floppy fights near the ladder.
Didn't really have to despawn anything.
Speaking of that skip sandwich, we're gonna use 1 skip sandwich in the monkey cave ahead to move him out of the way, and then another skip sandwich to skip some sentry robots in Monotoli building. Now Threed's all happy, not the spooky place he used to be.
Yep, and this
Master Belch
is
was the source of the evil.
this is when you breathe a huge sigh of relief as a kid playing this.
Because the source of all the evil's gone, you can get through the tunnel. You can even just walk through it if you want, but taking the bus is way faster. Taking the Greyhound bus. Not to be confused with Greyhound.
Which this will reverse too, I'm telling you. Now you'll notice it, and it will bug you, that every single sprite will reverse the text.
Here we are in Dusty Dunes Desert. The enemy difficulty here kind of spikes a little bit, and you definitely want to avoid all the enemies except for this little mole playing rough at the front. It's not a big deal if you fight him, but all the other enemies are very dangerous.
A little further away. Sneeze stuttering has not been good to me today. Okay, there we go.
So yeah, we're gonna hug the southern wall, just so that if there's anything spawning ahead of us, that's only in one direction.
So there I'm reading lag. I know there's enemies, I don't have to see them.
There's also a prisoner here we're gonna pick up for a big bottle rocket, put on Jeff. Ooh, I was afraid he was gonna come south at you.
Yeah, I was too, to be honest.
So this is the upcoming is the mole cave. There are 5 moles that are all the 3rd strongest, and they can be a little iffy. Especially on like the first couple of fights, if they target the wrong person with the big attack, and your attack animations or your attacks take a little longer, someone will go down on the first couple moles. After that, so everyone has enough experience that it's a little safer. But yeah, especially on the first moles, if Jeff's big bottle rocket rolls low, very likely someone goes down. So yeah, in this case, I guess it's appropriate to hate Jeff if his rocket rolls low on mole 1 or 2.
Yeah, I didn't find any butterflies. I might actually have to I have to go sleep in the cabin.
And here the Runaway 5 are trapped again in debt. And here they're in way bigger debt. They're in debt like $1 million. And you don't really have like a way to pay it off at all. Even if you collect $1 million by like fighting tons of enemies, it doesn't work. The only way you get through it is to give this woman a key item that is probably worth $1 million.
Which we got a little foreshadowing of that because we gave that miner outside in the desert a bread roll, which we didn't comment on specifically. But the way to his heart is definitely through his stomach.
You give him a little bit of food and he pays you back with a massive diamond.
Here's not a terrible place to safety save either. But
Yeah, if you're gonna set up a safety save, it's better to set it up in Fourside. But wherever's fine.
oh,
The odds of dying in Mole Cave aren't nearly as high as Department Store up ahead.
yeah, and even so, the more preferred strategy for backing up a death there is to just exit mouse out, heal up, and then come back in. Because you don't lose progress. The moles you take down will still be defeated when you come back.
The beef all the moles have with each other is they're all very adamant they're the third strongest. They all
Technically,
have
by
different ways of
average,
saying it.
they are.
Say what again?
Technically, by average, they are. Because I think it's just the same enemy replicated 5 times, so.
Yeah, lots of spawns in this cave. Ulti's eyes will be glued to the cave to the north where he's traveling. Because he wants to catch enemies as soon as they spawn so he can turn around and get rid of them.
Yep.
And these are not the snakes of Onett. These are the desert snakes, which are much more powerful and can poison, which is what you'd want to avoid because you really need to conserve your Psyche points here.
Yeah, yeah, you're very squishy at this point in the game. Oh, wow, I just got Famicoms again. Switching back. This actually might be really bad. Okay, let's see if we can't fix that really quick. Oh, man, actually, let's just defend. I'm hoping he hits Nest next. No, he did not. Okay, well, there we go. We're going to have to back out again. Thanks, Famicom. Let's see if we can get out of this one. Oh, wow. So, AP, quick question. What do I do here? Because I think I'm going to be walking back, right?
Yeah, with no save, it's gonna put you at Belch's base.
Yeah, we might as well just take the loss here. Yeah. So this controller is definitely messing me up today. That's unfortunate. So now we cannot make any more mistakes. This has to be our last mistake to finish with an estimate. What just have you ever seen this, Andy?
So what happened is you are spawning. You are in Mole Cave. Because you never took a random encounter, the random encounter flag is not on.
So are we done with the run at this point?
No, once you wipe again, head south.
Okay.
So hold down as soon as the fight ends and you're back in Mole Cave, and you want to try and navigate onto the rope that's to the southwest. There you go.
Okay, well, this isn't glitchless anymore by any stretch.
You don't have to walk back now.
Yeah, I don't have to walk back. So actually, it kind of saved the run in a lot of ways.
No, I think what you want to do is just leave this cave.
I was gonna go with the secret
and
herb.
head back to Foresight and revive everybody.
Yeah, that's probably the better option. I was just gonna go with the secret herb, actually. Oh, that can happen.
Oh.
Now what do we do, Andy?
Oh, now you're dead.
Okay. That was crazy. Okay, so we're fine. But as you can see, we're all the way back here, so we're gonna have to take another trip, unfortunately.
So if anyone's wondering what on earth just happened there, when you take the bus into Dusty Dunes Desert, the game turns off. I think it's known as the overworld suppression flag, and it basically suppresses the ability to get sunstroke for a period of time. And the game intends, it puts that little mole playing rough in that little choke point as you're heading into the main Dusty Dunes area. And the game intends that you fight that enemy, and at the end of that fight, it'll turn the overworld suppression flag back on so that you can get sunstroke. But while the suppression flag is off, if you die, you get put into that weird sequence that you saw Ultian, where he was dead, but nothing was loading.
Fortunately,
and technically he could still walk around. So because he never fought a random encounter anywhere, the overworld suppression flag never turned back on. So taking that death to the mole was essentially the the mummy glitch that was going to be exhibited after the run.
Yeah, so you got to see a free glitch here in this run. See if I can't get past these roaches again. That's the only unfortunate part, is I gotta get past this all again. I don't trust this controller. go. Yeah, so that ate up the rest of my buffer. We're gonna play real good now.
Easy.
Easy. Easy peasy. Yes, I'm gonna let Andy talk a little bit because I'm gonna focus and get us back on track here.
Uh-oh. Yeah, thankfully, so when you do take a death, it doesn't erase any progress or anything. The only thing that happens is you get death warped back to wherever your last save or checkpoint was. There's lots of checkpoints throughout the run, where if you die, the game will put you there instead of where you last saved. Defeating Belch is one of those checkpoints, so if you ever die after that and you haven't saved, you'll go back there instead. But you keep all of your progress, so he's already talked to the department, or to the runway, or the Forsyth Theater lady. He doesn't have to go back to Forsyth, he'll be able to just go right back to the Mole Cave.
Yep, absolutely.
The only downside is you lose half of your cash. That might make money management just a tad tight.
At this point, it
next little
won't.
bit.
Yeah. At this point, it won't be too
But
bad.
it'll probably be fine.
So what's funny is this actually happened on Gygus, that glitch with my controller last night in my last practice run. And I was like, oh, what's the chances that happens again? Well, apparently the controller decided to start dying literally last night. So normally I wouldn't blame the controller. I think that's a cheap move, but this time it got me. So this one just has to be retired. Move on to the next one.
Actually, you only had $200, so you only lost $100. So I take back my comment about money management. It probably won't affect anything.
No, it won't. Yeah, not at this stage.
Just thinking you had like a couple thousand for some reason.
I could always just go get the $1,000 on the path that's now clear if I wanted to.
I've never seen the. I know that glitch can happen at the moles, but I've never seen someone try to recover from it. I've never seen like someone go into the next room and like I've never known what those glitch graphics look like in there.
So it's actually kind of fortunate that I asked Andy Perfect to do this because he's kind of the grandfather of the modern route, and he might be the only person besides maybe Classic James that would have known what to do in that situation. So we do have a run still, so everybody give Andy Perfect a virtual hug.
Yeah, if you're not familiar with what that glitch does and you kind of just like enter the blackness and the fight's repeating over and over, you think you're just in an infinite loop. But technically you're movable for a short period of time while the mole in the background is chasing after you. It's just the tile set is not loading in the room until you... I guess you could have also used your Soundstone. Soundstone would have achieved the same thing.
Yeah, that's a good one. Oh, entry snake. So Mole Cave is not messing around. For a second pass. Wow, you don't see ropes there often. So round 2, bigger, stronger, faster. Let's do this. So, as I was going to explain, I actually like to buffer heal Paula first, when it works properly. Because Jeff seems to always underhit for me. Which, see if we actually get there. No solidify. Oh, she was already down. Of course she is. Okay. Well.
You're not using your big bottle rocket?
No, I didn't give it to him yet. I usually do that menuing at one time. But this time I should be able to get him down with rockets. It's unfortunate. This actually should do it right here. Okay, so this game has no chill. So what we'll do here
At
is,
least Neth got tons of experience here.
yeah, hey, we'll get healing gamma. Look, always looking at the bright side, AP.
So how are you going to approach this now? Are you going to try and do the refreshing herb revive, or are you going to head back to Forside?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple different ways we could approach this. What I'll probably end up doing here is a mixture of the two. So we don't have the exit mouse yet. So what I'm going to do is exit here. Now,
Flying here might be worth to set up a save.
yeah, yeah. That's the last time I'm gonna tempt fate.
What are you getting out here?
There's a couple of life noodles up there that I've gotten before in races. If I can get over there. Green. That was fortunate. Usually going up
Right here,
left.
I might. If you're going through the desert right now, I might get the save first.
Yeah, it's probably a decent idea. But I'm already halfway
Because if
there.
you die, you're going back to Grapefruit Falls again.
I'll be very, very careful with these landmarks. There's the contact lens. One of these is it left or right?
I'm honestly not sure.
I think it's probably to the left. What we're gonna do is we're gonna get Paula up first in this strategy. And then use the secret herb with Jeff. There it is. Okay. And we're gonna use that right away. Probably. So yeah, let's use it on Paula. Because worst case is my second backup strategy to the backup. Which is a shame we have to go this route at this time. But my backup to the backup is to pray. Literally. Okay. Back on track, kind of. Alright, healing. Well, we don't need to go to the first mole anymore.
Did you want to set up a safety, or are you just gonna go for it?
Yeah, I'll just go
I
for
know
it.
it's a hard choice that you're already in here.
If we die one more time, then we might even have to talk about concessions here, because we're out of time buffers, and we're not getting any more favors from the game. It looks like. Oh my word. We'll go left here. So these things do happen in Earthbound. Normally not so many at one time, but again, that's Earthbound, baby. Wow, every spawn point. Good news is we do have a spawn up on the throne. That's usually good luck. A little late, but you know, I'll take the good luck now.
So are you going for the secret herb first?
Yeah. Probably take that because Nessa's had to do some work.
I think technically you might be in a situation where you could power through with the PSI caramel.
Please don't get that. I'm gonna get it. And it's red. This might actually be the end, my friend. Oh, no poison. All right, so unless Paulie needs to outspeed here. Okay, so we're still alive. We're hanging on. This is either gonna be the best, most epic run ever, or in tragically. We'll see here in a second.
I believe in the secret herb revive.
I believe. I don't have a choice, so I have to believe. All right. There we go. All right, so now we just need to get this clear. Which sometimes is easier said than done. Trying to make the spawns despawn themselves. I ended up doing it. All right. Now
Okay, we're back on.
we're back on. All right, we got there. Backup after backup, and we're back on. All right, recover over here. And pull out sped this time. We're actually getting some better rolls here. There we go.
Yeah, ulti buffers a heal on Paula, so that if Paula takes that hit, she just gets healed right back up to full.
But sometimes, you know, if you get the wrong turn order, she will still die anyways, which is what happened on the last one. Rare, but it does happen, as we've seen.
So you still have 2 big bottle rockets. When do you typically use them?
At the end to maximize Jeff's speed, normally. Because he seems to under-roll for me a lot. And that will end a run. All right.
So the reason Ultimo Ice kind of twirls in a circle right here is if you go up to meet the mole, you'll actually trigger the spawn tiles to the south, and enemies will appear there. By dragging them down, you keep the enemies from spawning. And you got the solidify, which is nice. So this fight is free from here on out.
I mean, the game owes me that much, right? At least one of the free fights.
I'll do something, I think.
You know, crazy enough though, this doesn't really stress me out too much. I think it's because, you know, all these things you see independently and you have to recover from them as a Earthbound runner. So as long as you know the game well enough, you can usually recover. It might not be the prettiest recovery ever, but...
Okay, so just 2 moles left in this cave, but Ultimo Ice has saved his big bottle rockets for those 2 moles. So these last 2 moles should honestly be the safest fights. Because theoretically, as long as the big bottle rocket at least has 2 of the rockets hit, it should be just a big bottle rocket and a freeze to kill him. So it should be a 1-turn kill.
Yeah, I'm in a stuck position because I have a dead controller and one that I did not practice stutters with, so this could be interesting. But this is the last real stutter I have to do in the run, or if I don't get it for free. Perfect despawn. So again, that's kind of my strategy, is I like to despawn things. Sometimes instead of taking the stutter. Oh yeah, okay.
So you just go pure big bottle rocket. You don't throw out a freeze as well.
You really don't have to at this stage. If you do early, you definitely have to.
Interesting.
I've not had any issues with the last 2. It's always the first 2 that get me.
Yeah, just 1 mole left. This last little path to the south is just a linear path to the final mole. But there's lots of spawn tiles on the way. It can be kind of nasty or kind of obnoxious to get the area clear.
Fortunately, despawning is something I'm very comfortable with. So.
Only 2 more spawn tiles to deal with, so he's already gotten through like the big problem point. Okay, he's just walking through here easily.
Saw the snake. Can't fool me, snake.
No step on snake.
Definitely do not. Wow.
So these ducks are pretty weak, but I mean, it is just a fight you have to take. And they can also drain your psyche points. That's really the only danger of them.
And they're also, sometimes they'll run from you, right? I mean, there's a good chance they run, but there's usually ropes
Yeah, I
behind
think
them.
it's the same as like the snakes at this point, way back in the cultist cave, where they have like a 75% chance to be running from you, based on your level.
All right, Jeff, do not fail me. Thank you. Oh, wow.
Nice.
That was a nice one.
And the moles are down. Mole cave is
We
done.
did it.
No
We
more
got
moles
through
down
it.
here.
Hey, I'll actually take that applause. Yeah, that was a rough one, but we got through it. I'll say that again. Man.
Yeah, that was probably one of the more interesting mole caves I've ever seen.
Hey, if nothing else, right? It's interesting.
Keeping things stressful and interesting over here. My hands are like sweating from being stressed from that mole cave. I'm not even playing.
Yeah, I'm in the exact same boat. I need to calm down now. But we got a nice photo here to calm down. So I want to see peace symbols. I want to see them at home. I want to see them in the audience. So we need the game to be peaceful from here on out. And always talk to this guy. That's a common way for runs to end based on just a pin-headed move, is you don't talk to that guy and then you don't get the diamond. Because you only get the next story trigger if you talk to him after the mole cave.
You want to know what kind of pace you're on?
Sure.
So, I'm just comparing you against my non-minute PB. You were on currently based on that PB, you're on a 427 pace.
Is that okay with the run? I
I
mean,
mean, considering everything that's happened, that's totally fine. I think there's always leniency and leeway built into all these estimates. Going a few minutes over is totally fine. I think.
yeah. I mean, that was an interesting start. But we're almost through
I
the
think
RG.
you're better at me like execution, so I think you can definitely pull ahead and pull it back to a 420 possibly.
Yeah, we're not out of the 420 woods yet, for sure, by any stretch. But we need to execute. We need the game to cooperate a little bit better than it has been. Let's see. Oh, I have no MP on this. That's probably fine, right?
I know that after all that we got the diamond from the Gerardo. So we're gonna hand that diamond off to Forsyth, or the Tapala Theater lady, and then we get to watch the final 4-star, the Runway 5 show.
Yeah, and we all need this show right now. I'm gonna take a nice drink of water and reevaluate my life. We're running Earthbound as we watch that show.
I'm gonna say that Ulti's been dealing with some terrible luck in this run, and some terrible real-life luck with the controller issues. But this run is still totally like intact and going, and we're still right on track.
Yeah, that's fair. It was just the game. The controller dying at the wrong time was unfortunate as well, but you know, it happens, right?
Your menu was too quick.
What's happening is I was pressing down, and when the controllers start to die, the difference between those directional pads gets a little fuzzy. So down turns into down left as the controller dies, or whatever it does, so down right or whichever way the rubber cracks. Because really that's what I found when I took them apart afterwards is what happening is the rubber underneath the pad actually cracks.
Yeah, usually in a run, I'm expecting all the bad luck to happen in Onet with like a Titanic Ant death or a Frank death or something, but you decided to have a pretty solid Onet, and all the bad stuff happened elsewhere.
Hey, you know what? The key here is that the run is still going.
Yeah, the recovery on Mole Cave was phenomenal. I didn't even think about going up to getting that couple life noodles up on the north side. You had me scared going up there without a safety save. I was worried you were gonna get caught by like a UFO or something and have to go back to the waterfall again.
So the reason I was confident I would not is because going up left, and this is something about the run, it's interesting to note. There's an off by 1 error, as we mentioned, for skipping spawns, but you're most favorable on that going up left.
The off by 1 error is on the top left and bottom right of the grid, right?
Yeah.
All right, so here in the department store is probably the last like really scary spot of the run. A death here isn't that bad. It probably loses like maybe a minute and a half. But before that, we're gonna load up on explosives, buy a ton of super bombs and big bottle rockets, which are gonna last us probably for like the next hour of the run, just chucking explosives at various bosses. Anyone can throw a super bomb. Super bomb does about, I would say, 250 to 350 damage on average. And big bottle rockets can do up to 750 damage, but they can only be used by Jeff. So he's gonna load up on super bombs, throw them at various enemies, various bosses, just make things a lot more consistent. There's especially a boss up ahead that is very fast and cannot be hit with big bottle rockets. I mean, technically he probably can, but you just never will. Because the odds are so heavily against you. But super bombs do not have any reliance on speed. So it's just a consistent source of damage. And very fast. There's like no animation time.
We'll be shopping for a while as well, so if there's any donations or anything to read off, now would be a great time.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't have any new donations, but we did just pass the noon hour here in Minneapolis, and I wanted to remind everybody that you're watching Midwest Speedfest 2022. We are a charity marathon live from 2DCon 2022 Simulation in Minneapolis, Minnesota. We'll be live nonstop until Sunday afternoon, showcasing amazing speedruns and raising funds for Children's Cancer Research Fund as part of Creators Against Childhood Cancer. To donate, you can go to donate.midwestspeedfest.com or use the command !donate in the chat. I also just want to remind everybody that we are currently looking for $85 more to unlock an exhibition at the end of this run. And we also have a bid war for our next run, which is Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
When did I get this double burger? Oh, I got
Double
in the
burger
present.
you
Yeah.
found when we were looking for the life noodles.
That's right. Whoop, with that.
Yeah, we're definitely maxing out our inventory. Every character can hold 14 items, and we're just filling it all up.
All right, so I got some good news and some bad news. The good news is this is the last major spike of RNG. Bad news is that it's kind of a big one, so we're gonna make a safety save.
Yeah, honestly, I would say that like it's 50-50 whether you die or not. It's that high. And a lot of it depends on the fight you get at the top of the escalator. So the department store has 4 floors, and on the top floor, the escalator just goes right into a spawn tile, and it's completely out of your control what enemies are there. If you're really lucky, the enemies will spawn in like the top or the bottom of the escalator so that you can like quickly wrap around and get a green swirl on them. And the best luck is just nothing be there at all, but it's pretty rare.
Nothing's gonna be there. We're fine.
And if you do get into a fight, the ideal fight is 2 records, because then you can just throw a super bomb at each one, and they'd each have splash damage. So a super bomb and the splash damage from each one will kill them both.
Yeah, see, nothing
Ooh,
there.
that's a lot of guys.
I already got the green though.
Ooh, and you got a green.
That
is
nice.
Oh, I've never seen 4 enemies in a fight here.
Yeah, that would have definitely killed me. Without
I
a
literally
question.
did not know you could get 4.
You need to have more bad luck, Andy.
Apparently I do. But yeah, getting the green, that shows that all the enemies spawned on the top and bottom, like I was talking about, and he Ultimo quickly wrapped around and caught him while they were looking the other direction.
No solidify, which is good. Oh, 200. Come on, Jeff. Can we get there? Yeah, we can. Okay.
Ooh, Jeff has 7. That's nice.
Had to try. It's the only way Jeff was going to get saved, which isn't a big deal. It would have been another small time loss, but there's a hospital nearby. Last thing we need is the game to do that to us right now.
So with that low psychic points, do you need to like heal at the hospital or the hotel or anything?
We should actually be fine. We don't really need psychic points.
The only thing I'm worried about is that do you throw explosives at the gas pump if you fight him in Moonside?
I mean, I definitely can.
I just wondering about your strategy, because my strategy is to just run, and sometimes if you do go that route, you end up taking a hit.
Yeah.
But I guess there is a hospital and a hotel in Moonside.
It's usually a butterfly right over here, actually, but not today.
I think honestly, I mean, you're going through the hotel anyway. If all you need is a heal, the fastest place to heal is in Moonside.
Yeah. One step at a time, I guess. We'll get through it together. Okay.
I asked for a random item from your inventory. I've accidentally given him my ruler before, and giving him the ruler to move that guy around is like a 6 to 10 minute time loss, because you have to bus all the way back to Tucson to get another one.
Can I read a donation really quick?
Sure.
Well, we have an $85 donation from Metroid MST that says someone was earthbound to finish this incentive. And with that, we will be showing off the bonus content after your run.
Nice. Thank you so much. We're gonna get the skip, Andy. It's not even
And
worth
you got
talking
lucky
about.
movement.
See, I
So
knew
that-
we'd get the
that-
skip. Oh, wow. That guy blocking for me like a linebacker. Well, I
That
guess it was
NPC
blocked.
or that flame right there, more often than not, will take a move right, and you end up having to fight it. But if you get really lucky, it moves down left like that, and it kind of gets himself stuck in the corner, and you don't have to fight him.
Yeah, he's hiding behind the building. So I'm gonna take another despawn path through here. There's one right off this building. Makes the top right clear.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't realize that was that worked right there.
Yep. Alright, we're gonna take this for safety, for sure. Did you happen to see who got that? I did not. Oh wait, we're going to the hotel, right?
Yes, this takes you to the hotel.
Okay, everyone close your eyes if you don't want to see a glitch. Well, you've already saw one, though. I gotta make sure I say the right
Nice.
one.
Nice on the no option there.
Yeah. So remember, boots on everything's opposite. Do I have to skip it again? I don't even know what happens at that point. Guess that worked. So technically spawns are turned off, which we did not know for a very, very long time in the run. Because you don't really fight anything between then and when they get turned back on next. Alright. Paralysis, let's see what hits. That's good. It's better of the two.
Honestly, if someone's gonna get paralyzed, that's a better person to get
Yeah.
paralyzed. A nice, a 2 big bottle rocket fight is really nice there.
It's not too bad.
That was really good rolls.
The herb, actually, I didn't see who it went on. It went on Jeff. So we'll
yeah,
go
it
ahead and
was on
heal that.
Jeff.
Yeah. Because I haven't used any bombs on Ness. Not enough, at least.
Yeah, the problem with paralysis is if you are paralyzed, you cannot use items. So, and you're relying on almost exclusively on those big ball rockets and super bombs to do your damage. You can put out a little extra damage with Rockins from Ness,
Yeah.
but it's pretty low comparatively. So all the really stressful parts are behind us for the time being.
Yeah, now we just have to focus and not make any mental mistakes.
The next like 45 minutes of the run is relatively safe.
Yeah, this is a bunch of plot development. Again, it's foreshadowing for a bunch of different things that we're gonna have to do here in the near future.
Can I sneak in with a quick announcement?
Sure.
All right. So I already mentioned we do have a bid war coming up for our next run, which is Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. You can choose the character between Waluigi, Roy, and Donkey Kong. We have some new incentives that are open now as well. We have 3 different naming bid wars for the Pokemon Pearl Any Percent Manipulus run that's coming up later on today. You can name the Chimchar, the Rival, and the Trainer. You can also donate to watch the opening cutscene in Whiplash. And you can donate now for a glitch exhibition for Neopets the Darkest Fairy. So lots of different donation incentives that are available now if you're looking to donate to the cause.
So I mentioned mental mistakes, and Earthbound's riddled with those as well. You kind of got to pay attention to what you're doing at all times. One I've done here, I'll start with me and then I'll pick on Andy. So one I've done here is say no to getting off the bus in the desert, and then you have to loop all the way back around to Threed and then come all the way back to the desert, and everyone runs that way. Another one you can do is by fighting things in Monkey Cave. Andy, would you like to tell them about that?
So there's enemies in Monkey Cave for some reason. The enemies in Monkey Cave are actually pretty strong, but they're all running from you. And I had a mental lapse. I mean, it's fine to just walk into them because it'll always be a green because they're running away from you. You can just run first time. And I had just a huge mental lapse where I fought one, and my instinct was to turn around at the last second. And when both of you are facing away from each other, it turns into a regular fight. And that fight ended up taking me 2 minutes. And it was just little mental lapses like that can just eat away at your time.
Yeah, but we all do them. I mean, so I started with mine, to be fair. Do enough of these runs, it'll happen.
Yeah, the Monkey Cave, we've collected a bunch of items throughout the run up until now. We picked up a picnic lunch in the Mole Cave. There was a protein drink in Grapefruit Falls. Pick up an extra skip sandwich in the Cultist. And that Cultist house way back in Happy Happy Village. There's various items, and it's just those 3 things plus the ruler get you through all these monkeys.
Sometimes. Get in there.
It's really painful if you come in here like not knowing what you need, and you're like, oh, now I need to go out and get this item. You go to a store and pick up that item. You come back in and it's like, oh, now I need this other one. And if you're playing casually, it can be really painful because you have to like make multiple trips back out to get what you need. A lot of the items are in presents that you need here in the cave, but if you don't take the right pathing through, then it's just a pain. And everything looks the same, so it's so easy to get lost in here.
Yeah. Yep. If you do forget something, you get turned around very quickly.
We're going to pick up our first bag of Dragonite. That bag of Dragonite is going to be used on a boss in like an hour and a half. And we've ended up picking up 3 bags of Dragonite because it's just massive damage. That from an item, that's not Jeff. It's the biggest source of damage that person can get.
They heard you here, Andy. It's the second one I've had to despawn, so I don't get into that fight. There's some arbitrary
Do
options.
you pick up the items in this room?
Yeah, I'm going to. Yeah. There's some arbitrary options in this one where he asks you questions, but like the questions don't really matter at all. So I'm just gonna say no to him. No, I don't want to learn teleport. He's like, well, too bad. You probably should.
That's your prerogative. Make sure you do not talk to the monkey.
Yeah.
I've never actually seen that text. Yeah, 2 super valuable items right there. Brain Food Lunch restores like 300 HP and 50 psychic points. And a cup of life noodles is the revive. If everything goes right, we won't use either of them. But
Right, I'm not making assumptions anymore. I've learned my lesson with this run.
I was leaving that one open-ended.
Yeah. Oh, hi, butterfly. Another D spawn plate right there. You don't get the mole to the bottom left. Saves a couple seconds on the whole stuttering.
Is that the same thing with like the mole's tile being in the bottom left and the off by 1 error?
Yep. It's all that off by 1 error.
Here's where we finally learn teleport and deaths become a little less consequential because you don't have to walk back everywhere you went when you die.
Yep, and because we are a little bit behind the sticks, I am going to focus a little more on some of the skill portion of the run. Alright, so teleport side.
Now we picked up a skip sandwich way back in the Threed Cave, which we're going to use here to skip some sentry robots. With some not bad sentry robot spawns, we can skip all the fights in here except for Clumsy Robot.
There's another one that a lot of people have done is they forget to talk to her before they start ascending Monotoli Tower, and then they have to go all the way back down. So there's all these little story triggers that you have to line up throughout the run. There's a lot to memorize just to get through the story. And those are the mistakes that we don't want to make.
Alright, so after this elevator, Ulti will pop that skip sandwich, and the skip sandwich allows you to move twice as fast, and he will be using that to book it past the robots, which are all unrunnable fights. You have to fight them. So, ideally you skip all of them.
Sometimes you can't. Again, there's RNG bots and such.
Okay, good first one. As long as the robot is along the bottom of the room, this one's free.
Yep, there we go.
Or over there, thank goodness.
Ooh, got stuck. Come on, get off the desk.
Yeah, there's like a way to get through the chairs without going along the back with the skip sandwich active, but I don't trust myself. I always take the safe way.
You don't really need the skip sandwich anymore at that point anyway, so
Yeah.
not a big deal.
Alright, so got all the sentry robot skips, which is awesome. So this boss is he is susceptible to paralysis, and if he's paralyzed, he literally can't do anything. You can also just chuck super bombs at him. If you get good super bomb rolls, you can kill him in 3. Worst case, you kill him in 5. Average is 4. He didn't even hurt you. That was
Yeah.
very friendly.
So since he didn't take, I didn't take any damage, I will take the heal skip in the next room. If you want to explain the soft lock there and how we're going to avoid it.
Yeah. So if you go to the right at all, so in the next room, it's expected that the guy kind of gets alerted to your presence, and he then runs to the side, and you have to talk to him behind Paula. If you talk to him ahead of time over here, at the end of this dialogue, he opens a door that's off screen to the west. If you did not move, if you're not far enough left, the door is not loaded into memory, and the door will not open.
And the bear is covering
after
your
you move
exit.
the bear.
Yeah.
And if you do that, you're just soft locked. There's nothing you can do.
You're stuck in here forever with old Monotoli.
I think as long as you don't go right, you're fine.
Yeah. No, we're completely safe here.
Yeah.
Another dialogue that will repeat if you don't say no right there. So there's the bear in front of the exit, so we can't go back the way we came.
And normally you're supposed to be like talking to him over by like his chair,
Right there, basically.
and you can actually see the door open.
Okay, so I'm gonna point this out again. Watch the helicopter. The text is gonna reverse when the sprite does. It's gonna turn into an Apple product. It's gonna be the Isle. There it is.
It's something I literally never noticed.
I know, so I'm gonna point it out every time now.
It's not even the ILA, it's the IJ.
Yeah, the IJ. So that's a good Monotoli building. There's nothing to complain about there.
Yeah, that was very clean. Yeah, those sentry robots are nasty because they're really fast and they're unrunnable. So even like shooting a big bottle rocket at them, you're not like guaranteed for that to kill them because you can get low rolls because they're a little quick.
And they also call for help. Like, they have all the worst traits of every bad Earthbound enemy.
Unrunnable, call for help, high fast
Yeah.
speed.
We're going to be traveling for a bit, so if there's any announcements or donations, now would be a great time.
Threed, and then Skyrunner to Winters, fight a boss, then Skyrunner again to Summers.
We don't have any new donations, but let me just tell you a little bit about the charity that we are raising money for this weekend. We're raising money for the Children's Cancer Research Fund. Since 2016, CCRF has donated to 25 different research organizations and hospitals nationwide. They focus their resources where they can do the most good, meaning they don't focus on just one hospital or just one state. They're making change possible for kids no matter where they live. Even when a child survives cancer, the battle isn't over. In fact, 95% of childhood cancer survivors will have a significant health issue related to their treatment by the age of 45. That's why CCRF funds survivorship research and care, so survivors can get the customized care and guidance that they need to live long, healthy lives after cancer.
So yeah, as Andy was saying, we take a bus to take a Skyrunner, to beat a boss to take a Skyrunner. I mean, there's going to be a lot of travel in the near future.
What is your approach on Shroom? Do you just throw tons of super bombs at him, or do you... My approach is always to like play it as safe as possible, and I always don't do anything with Ness on turn 1, and then either freeze or super bomb with Paula and big bottle rocket with Jeff.
Yeah, and this goes back to the micro strats every Earthbound runner has. My particular flavor is I usually defend with Ness. I do a freeze on with Paula, and then a big bottle rocket with Jeff. And the reason I do that is if Paula outspeeds Shroom and also gets to solidify, then no one gets mashermized. And it does happen.
That is nice. How is that chance for Paula to outspeed Shroom decent?
It does happen. I've had it happen enough times to make it a strat I keep doing. I can't really tell you what the number is, but enough. It happens enough.
Yeah, so Shroom has 1400 health. His first attack is always to mashroomize someone.
Yeah,
which
not
takes a mushroom off his
mushroomized.
head and essentially makes them confused.
The game calls it mashroomize, not mushroomized. But it is a mushroom.
And like if it lands on Ness, Ness is probably going to be doing either rock-ins or super bombs. You do not want your character to throw super bombs or hit yourself with a rock-in.
Yeah, anything
But
multi-target or splash is bad.
Yeah, for me, like I always throw regardless of if Jeff is confused or not, I'm always throwing big bottle rockets. It's just too much damage to pull out of the equation.
check here, but I think Ness should have all the super bombs he needs for this. He does. I don't need to check. I don't need to waste those seconds.
Also, just want to quickly hop in and mention that if you're watching in Twitch chat right now, please consider subscribing to Midwest Speedfest or cheering bits. All Twitch revenue we receive during this event will be donated towards Children's Cancer Research Fund. Of course, if you have Amazon Prime Gaming, you can subscribe for free as well. Simply go to your settings, then go to the Connections tab, and connect your Twitch account with your Amazon account to get Prime Gaming, meaning you'll have one free sub every month.
So Andy, I feel like we've been on quite the journey already on this run.
This wasn't the run I was expecting, but it's definitely been a one to remember.
Yeah, it makes it more interesting in a lot of ways. For those that have seen the run a lot of times, I guess. This is how they
Runs are
typically
boring if they go exactly as you intend.
I guess there's a
It's all the
chance.
backup strategies and the dealing with bad situations that really make a runner shine and how skilled they are and how experienced they are with a given game.
I actually really like that about Earthbound. It's unique really in its own right because you know things are going to go wrong in a run. It's inevitable, and it's more about the decision-making process than the actual, like frame-perfect tricks or something of that sort. So a little bit slow developing as a RPG speedrun, but I think the interesting facets of it are unique to Earthbound itself. So that's what's kept me playing it. You never see the same thing twice. Remember Bubble Monkey? Here he is.
You got a girlfriend. The same old girlfriend that he left you for near the beginning of the run.
But you had to, waste some more time in the speedrun by coming and telling you about it, coming and bragging.
The little machine that looks like the what is something Tron from Chrono Trigger? Looks a lot like that machine.
Oh yeah, that Inertron or
Yeah, Intertron. Does the exact same thing. It's a full revive and full heal.
but you're still hungry.
So here's the shroom fight. We've only fought one of these sanctuary bosses so far. We've skipped 2 and 3 that we'll come back to later. But the game forces you to do this one now. Advance.
Ooh,
There's the
come
outspeed.
on, do it. Oh. Jeff.
Oh no.
Jeff. Why you do this? Alright, super bomb, goods, bottle rocket. That's a good hit.
Good damage on that one though.
Yep. Uh-oh. Goes again. Alright, well at this point I probably won't throw another one with him.
You're gonna get through
Yeah.
your super bombs. You might even finish on this round.
It was super close. I'm counting HP usually on these bosses, so I know when I'm pretty close to the end of them. So I knew I had to have been one bomb off. So this looks worse than it is, honestly, because we have a full heal coming up right after this cave. You expect to take some status effects here. Only in Earthbound, mushrooms get high on you instead of the opposite.
Yeah, one effect of mushrooms that we don't really get to see in a normal run is that every like 30 seconds to a minute or so, I forget the exact time, it actually rotates your D-pad. So it rotates your D-pad, I think clockwise or counterclockwise, one of the two. Yep. And you just start walking in random directions. So like instead of moving up moves right moves down moves left, and everything. You have to like rotate your controller to compensate. It's to like probably give you that feel of being confused and feeling wonky.
Which is interesting, but not if, it happens to you. It's an interesting thought. It's actually nice the game put it in there.
A little, the teleport that Ultimo Ice did right there is going to be happening a lot more often. teleport, when you're teleporting around, enemies don't move. And as long as you crash into something before the teleport completes, you don't actually go to that destination. So you can use the teleport to essentially skip around enemies.
So now
They use pretty extensively in maybe summers if there's some enemies. Probably the most common one is like Onet when you're back there, and Deep Darkness.
Yep, so now we take another Skyrunner. So we get to sit around and wait for a little bit longer, about a minute. So if we have anything to announce, that would be a good time.
Still no new donations. I do just want to remind everybody that for our upcoming run after this, we do have a character bid war. It's for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and you can donate to have the runner, Amber CXC, run as either Donkey Kong, Roy, or Waluigi. 3 excellent choices there. So make sure you get your donations in for that if you want to influence that next run. Even just $1 will put you in the lead at this point, so don't forget to do that. And I also just want to remind everybody that we are Midwest Speedfest. We are working with 2DCon, the largest video game convention in Minnesota. We got our start at 2DCon in 2015, and they've continued to provide us with space and resources at their convention every August to host our marathons. To learn more about 2DCon, please go to 2dcon.net.
So, since we hit the incentive, this is where I'll be showing off that incentive post-game, is this town. I'm going to take your suggestion here, Andy, that you gave me. Since this is not an incentive, we're just going to use the character that takes up the most amount of space.
Love it. Yeah, like the text box is formatted perfectly. There's no that little big, I don't know what it is, just a big circle that takes up the most horizontal space. So it's the thing that takes up the most space in text boxes.
Which will make Gygus interesting. Get a couple skip sandwiches here.
How do you do your shopping? How many skip sandwiches do you buy here?
6.
Is that all for the pyramid?
And Dungeon Man. 1 for Dungeon Man.
Where in Dungeon Man do you use one?
When you leave.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. If you want to stay alive, at least. I forget about that one too sometimes, but it counts. So that was a menuing strategy I changed a while ago, because that dialogue you just watched for shopping is just so painful. But the one in Winters, which also has skip sandwiches, is not. So you buy as many as you have to here, and then buy the rest later, where it's a lot more, I guess, quicker to do so.
Yeah, that shopkeeper just says a lot of things in between each purchase. Whereas if you wait and just only buy the bare minimum here and then fill up as many as you need in Winters, that shopkeeper says very little comparatively. And it's not a huge time save, but it's definitely just more efficient to do that way. I imagine each purchase is probably like a second or two faster.
So Andy does not know what I'm doing here. Of course, I screwed up the teleport, but when I get it right, I'm gonna go and get an exit mouse, because you don't actually lose time, maybe 1 second or so. Getting an exit mouse here and using it in Dungeon Man. But it does save you a lot of risk, and at this point, I'm gonna save the risk and lose that second.
Interesting. So this is like, have you always done it this way?
No, I mean, I've timed it before. I always knew you could do it this way, but this is just kind of a little impromptu safety measure I'm gonna put into place given what we've gone through.
So as soon as you talk to Face, you exit mouse out?
Yep.
Huh. And you definitely avoid like multiple spawns on the exit.
Whoops. Where did I just go? I need to go to
I
summer.
think you were teleporting in Winters.
All right. There we go. Thought I was on the second page.
That's a super interesting idea. I really like it. And you timed it at roughly the same?
Yeah, it's roughly the same. But if you get into any problems in Dungeon Man, then this strategy plays a lot better. So, and you will usually at least run into something on the way out.
Even if it were like 5 seconds slower to do it this way, I like that strategy.
Getting a little impromptu safety. We could use more of that.
Well, you're convincing me of different strategies on the fly.
Sometimes you gotta. That's what a speedrunner's gotta do. All right, so now we're in Delam. Remember, this is a child's game, but we're about to go through a sequence where our fourth character has his eyes ripped out, ears ripped off, arms and limbs severed. And I mean, it's pretty brutal, but it's part of his training. Don't worry.
Alice of F. Pay your respects.
Pay your respects. Hey, we haven't had to do that yet, at least. And it's also another one.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say this training sequence I really think like goes over the head if you're really young. You really don't quite understand what's happening. But it's mostly all just in text. There's nothing visual, but it's pretty brutal.
It's also very easy to mess up. I personally have never messed this up, but I've seen runners do it.
And I think part of the training is to like completely stay focused, but there's like this being. It's supposed to be like one of like the king's servants or something.
I'm out there.
Tells you need to come back and leave and come back and visit him. If you go back and visit, he's just oblivious and he just says the same stuff as always. I guess it's just a little trick to get you to try and stay unfocused, but you just chill here and then it advances.
In fact, you don't want to touch anything until you get text telling you to do so, and then you only respond with affirmative commands, or otherwise you have to walk all the way back up and restart this whole entire sequence. And not something you want to just blindly, accidentally hit no on, which does happen on speedruns for some runners on occasion. So you want to
just pick your arms and fed them to the crows.
Perfectly normal training.
Cut your ears off. It's interesting. He cuts your ears off in the sound, so the sound actually goes away. It takes away your eyes, and you can't see.
Yeah, in Delam, school's a little rough. Also, no, I never talked to my technical master at the bottom of this hill. You can just skip him. So when he comes and gets Pooh later, you actually don't really know him yet.
Yeah, we're all done in Delam here. Now Pooh gets to teleport back and join the group. We have to go get one more key item, and then we're gonna take a boat down to Scaraba and fight the Kraken on the way.
Which I guess, yeah, there is one more RNG-based battle, which is the Kraken. It's pretty safe if you know how to handle him, but you can definitely lose a few kids along the way.
Yeah, there's a 50% drop from the mummy that we fight before getting our key item. And getting that 50% drop actually makes the Kraken significantly safer.
According to
It
some.
doesn't increase your damage amount, but it's a guaranteed solidify.
If it hits. It can fail. I just want to point that out before some runners who do not believe in mummy strats yell at Andy for that. Because, I mean, I believe in them, but there's a lot of runners who swear they never work, and then it always fails.
Never misses.
Yeah. And also, in order to do our trick later, we need to keep one of these next enemies alive. So I really want to approach them carefully, so I don't get into both fights.
Yeah, you just have to make sure you move all the way to the right at the start, and then you just book it out as fast as you can.
gonna dip down and go straight up to reduce that risk.
Interesting. What does that movement get you?
It just faces you towards the sign, so you don't accidentally open the casket, because any sprite that is like a present or a casket or anything like that can technically be opened with an animation, but that will also start the battle. So
A super low super bomb roll, unfortunately.
yeah, is what it is. So here we hope we get the mummy wrap, because I personally like the strategy, but we did not.
So you're just gonna go to 3 super bombs and a big bottle rocket then?
Yeah, I have enough super bombs, so I should at least.
I think it's really interesting, like, I'm sitting here asking Ultimo, like, what he's gonna do about all these strategies, just because there's so many, like, minute differences you can choose to do based on how you like to approach things. And there's tons of runners that are at a very high level of this game that have all chosen slightly different strategies. And it's super interesting to see how everyone approaches every single different fight.
Absolutely. All right, so let's go ahead and do some menuing here. We're gonna get rid of the pencil eraser now. Just get out of our face. Life noodles, we'll move that. Bombs. People are gonna need them. He already has one. Move one there. No one took any damage, so we don't have to heal, and we're good. No, we don't have time for your phone calls. All right, don't be rude to us, Kraken.
If you're out of curiosity, or if you're curious, the estimate that I gave you earlier is still pretty much right on track for that.
Okay.
But I mean, that section you went through, I mean, outside of department store, nothing really consequential happened.
Yeah, that's pretty.
A lot of the time saves and time losses happen after Kraken.
You're only really eligible to lose time in that last section, not really ever gain any back.
That's fair.
It's actually a frustrating part of the speedrun because of that, because once you do it right once, the only thing that can happen is lose time, so. But we didn't.
For the Kraken, because Ultimo did not get the mummy wrap, there's no chance to solidify unless he decides to throw out a freeze beta or something. I imagine, just throwing super bombs and a big bottle rocket. You're hoping that as many kids as possible go before the Kraken on turn 1, so that if he does do a strong attack, you have enough time to do your second turn actions so no one dies.
Yeah, Ness is the most important one here, so what happens is if we get into a jam, I'm just going to keep Ness's health high and just use super bombs on him. But we hope that doesn't happen, because then you have to revive everybody.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't, like, breathe fire before everyone goes, this fight will probably be fine. But now that I said that, I probably spoken into existence.
We didn't really mention it too, and I have a Knight pendant equipped on Ness, which we got in Moonside, and what that does is it prevents Flash from really working on that character, and that's why Ness is pretty much safe in this battle, even if the worst were to happen. Alright, so Super Bomb, and Super Bomb, Big Bottle Rocket, and Super Bomb. It's good, that was a nice one. That might do it. That will. All right. So we're gonna have to do some heals, but not bad.
As you can see by the HP amounts, everyone took mortal damage from that Kraken attack. So if you just sit there and don't act fast, everyone's going to die.
That's how this
It's all
can.
about just mashing through the text, and then as soon as you get your next turn, I imagine Ultimo would probably be just life up betaing with Ness on Ness and defending with everybody else to keep him alive.
Yep, that's exactly what I would do. Because I have enough super bombs on Ness to finish that fight in the worst case scenario. But again, we want to save the time where we can, so it's good knowing no one took any mortal damage. Well, they took it. They did not succumb to it.
And the best move that you can see there is he like flashes like a pale green light, which removes all your PSI effects. But you don't have any on turn 1, so or anytime during that fight.
All right, so I'm gonna use his MP. So we need Ness's. Oops, did I use the wrong thing? Life up. Go.
We're gonna pick up 2 crystal. Are you gonna pick up 2 crystal charms?
I'll probably just do one. Offset some of the money.
So you can opt to either do 1 or 2 here. By putting the crystal charm on Jeff, it essentially increases his big bottle rocket damage, as weird as that sounds. Big bottle rockets are dependent on Jeff's speed and the enemy speed, how much damage they do. So by equipping that on, giving Jeff a little bit more speed, your just big bottle rockets are going to reliably do a little bit more. And then if you want, you can also give a crystal charm to Paula. Paula has the highest speed in your group at this point.
It's only by
So
one.
if your intention is to run from a lot of fights, you do that so that your run chances become a little higher.
Yeah, generally it's only by 1 point, so it doesn't give you that much of an increase in run chance anyways, so I usually don't. You should get stuck there.
A little bit to get stuck on that pile that's already been pressed down.
Yeah. Alright, so here's a photo that we hope not to get.
Yeah, there's a photo square right in front of the pyramid. And if you just walk into the door, you'll get a photo. But by teleporting past it, skip it. Each
But-
photo takes like 25 seconds, so it's not a huge time loss, but they definitely add up.
And also, you can get subpixeled there where you have to take the photo, but that's pretty rare. Not 100% chance you're gonna skip it.
So this pyramid is a little bit of RNG and a lot of execution. This is where the skip sandwiches come into play very heavily in getting past a lot of these enemies, especially right here.
Oh, this
Situation
is
like
not
this.
great. This is
So you just
unfortunate.
take that fight.
Yeah, you kind of have to, but you will actually get into a fight at the top of the stairs because of that.
Just because you have limited sandwiches.
Yeah, because of the loading time counts on your skip sandwich. That's a very rare spawn to get. So normally then you'll get this guy, but we got past it. We're fine. We didn't get the green here, but overall it wasn't that bad. This guy's pretty slow. I usually just YOLO run from this guy.
I actually did the math recently, and it turns out that like every single enemy in this dungeon has roughly the same run chances. Your run chance here starts at like 30 to 40% on every single enemy in this dungeon.
What I like about that guy though is his attacks are very fast.
Yeah, no animations or anything. Like the hieroglyphs can do lightnings, which are really obnoxious.
This one's kind of sometimes be a pain, but we got the green.
Ooh, he's facing you, and that was still a green.
Yeah. So that's perfect. That's what we want. We want to see the greens. Grab that because again, this run has been interesting. More life noodles, the better.
Thankfully, this run has gone pretty cleanly ever since we were out at Mole Cave.
Yeah, that early game was pretty bad, but I mean, so far so good. Late game. All right, so we'll just go ahead and do that. And bottle rockets. Ness will usually go
Like a
last.
little mini boss. He's got like 900, 8,000 HP. I forget the exact amount. I just know I throw everything at him, and he generally dies in one turn.
Yeah, usually Ness's rocket will finish him off if things are too low. But Ness will usually go last, so we don't waste the MP if we don't need it. I say MP because it feels weird saying PP. Technically, that's what it's called, but like,
Why does it feel weird, Ultima?
it just feels a little weird. Because no other game uses it, so I feel like I have to explain it. It stands for psychic points. It's PP.
You need to pop a skip sandwich. Hopefully you skip this guy right here. Nice.
Oh, wow, free.
Oh wow. Usually you leave that guy against the wall, and if there's a bunch of enemies, you just take that one because it's just a single enemy and no one else will join the fight.
Oh, I got that one. I got stuck on the wall, so I deserve this one. I'm probably just gonna run, because at this point, Ness only has to stay alive. Everyone else can get knocked out, so I don't really care about anyone else.
Yeah, this is a weird dungeon. Yeah, this is a very weird dungeon in that case because you get a completely full heal as soon as you exit, and there's really no non-physical attacks really. No one's gonna get like flashed, insta-killed or anything. And Ness has the most HP anyway, so like absolute worst case, everyone dies and Ness just has to heal himself after every fight.
This is the hardest skip. Alright.
Nice. Pick up this diamond band back here for money purposes. Sells for 5 grand.
That's actually a really good pyramid. Can't complain. This will be fine too, because what we're going to do is just put them both the paralysis and run away. So whenever you give a status effect to an enemy, their speed drops to 0.
Oh, is that how it works?
Yes.
I always just assumed that like the game did an actual check to see if like, oh, everyone's asleep, that means you can run.
I mean, maybe that's... I could have sworn it was a speed calculation, but maybe you're right. Could be.
No, I literally have never looked into the mechanics of how it works, so I'm just
I guess we'll leave that one a mystery.
making things up. Fun fact, you've now gained a little bit of time on that estimate.
That was a really good pyramid. I would take that anyway.
Yeah. You gained about a minute.
Alright, we just need about 6 more of those.
I got more good news. I have a donation to read also.
Let's hear it.
All right, I've got a $20 donation from Ramsey Fox that says, "Greetings from the audience. Always have to donate during my childhood favorite. Hoping the latter half of the run goes smoothly, but has been great watching very knowledgeable runners work through a very unlucky start. Since I can't troll Andy with a player name donation, put mine towards Mario Kart and my boy Roy. Best of luck with the rest of the run."
What's up, Ramsey? I see you back there.
Alright, this is a very tough part of the run, especially for newer runners. I'll let Andy explain that because I need to focus.
So Dungeon Man, there's just probably so there was enemies back in the Foresight department store that were already strong, and we're like an hour later into the run, and those
Oh yeah.
all those enemies are still very strong, and the presence move in linear paths. So like once they aggro on you, they'll move at where you were at that instant. So you kind of use that to your advantage, hugging walls and stuff. You hug a wall and move very carefully through an area, and as soon as you see a present, they have very large spawn radiuses, radii, if you will.
How'd you like those reflexes, Andy?
You have to react very quickly and turn around and book it so that you can stay out of their next movement pattern. Yeah, they're just really nasty enemies.
Yep. We have actually a surprising amount of runs in here with beginner to intermediate runners.
I don't understand why these enemies were put in the department store. I mean, in the department store, you only had Ness and Jeff, and you were had way less levels than you do now. And then an hour later in the run, they give you the same enemies, but add Paula, and they're still difficult.
Here's my exit mouse being put to use.
Okay, now we're gonna pop a skip sandwich. There's tons of enemies here in South Scaraba Desert. So Ulti's gonna pop a skip sandwich and hopefully skip past them and not fight anything.
Yeah, it's free, so I guess you're right. I didn't need it.
There were no spawns right outside, so yeah, the skip sandwich wasn't necessary. It's mostly necessary for when there are spawns like in a certain spot, and by skipping immediately to the right, you were able to avoid them. Whereas if you didn't use a skip sandwich, they would catch you.
Okay, that's pretty clean. That's nice.
I like that enemy out in the water.
Oh, I talked to him twice. So nice to talk twice.
Then I have to go back through Dungeon Man. You take a different path and pick up some money this time. We're gonna load up all of our or take out everything that we have in the ATM and dump it all on Nest, which means that a death is right here becomes very, very painful. We withdraw all of our money because we're about to get to Deep Darkness, where we're the first time we can buy multi-bottle rockets, which is the most powerful item in the game. With an optimal roll can do up to 3,000 damage in a single attack. Most likely with Jeff's current speed, you're looking at probably more like 1,000 to 1,500. Once we get the Rabbit's Foot, you're looking more like 2,000 to 2,500. But it's still just absolute massive damage, and it's by far the most powerful ability in the game.
Another runner right you learn over time is where all those spawn plates are, so that I can very carefully approach those to give myself an opportunity to escape from those presents. A lot of times they're charging you by the time you see them, so you need to see them very quickly.
Music's so good. So the music is so bizarre.
But you know, this is so fun casually. It's the most fun casual place and the worst speedrun place.
And then you have this little loop right here where there's tons of enemies that are spawned and you move very slowly.
Essentially a zoo within Dungeon Man.
Don't go down the wrong hole. I've done that before.
Yep. Hey, we've all done the stupid stuff. Like I said, there's a lot of story triggers and other story-based things you have to do.
Picking up this item right here, this is just another item. Don't equip it, but it sells for I think like 1750.
Yep, that is right.
So every little bit of equipment that we can just easily pick up to buy more multi-bottle rockets.
Yeah, we're gonna be slinging those for the rest of the game. And when we get the Rabbit's Foot, we'll explain how we cheese speed to sling them even harder.
Very clean Dungeon Man, by the way. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, that was a good one. That was not bad. If we got another minute back, we're just gonna climb 1 minute at a time out of this hole.
Can I pop in for a second while we're traveling again?
Yep.
All right. Well, we just passed the 3-hour mark on this run here at Midwest Speed Fest, and I think it'd be really cool if we could have another number on the screen starting with a 3. So we're only $118 away from 3,000, chat and everybody here in Minneapolis. Let's go ahead and get some donations in. We got some really cool incentives to donate for right now. You can donate for the character in our next run, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. You can donate for names for our Pokemon Pearl run later on this afternoon. You can donate to watch the opening cutscene in Whiplash, and you can donate to watch a glitch exhibition later on this evening for Neopets The Darkest Fairy. So many good things to choose from. Let's raise more money for children's cancer research. Let's go, everyone.
All right, so this is like the last big shopping sequence in the run. We've been talking about all the bottle rockets and everything. So how bottle rockets actually work, a lot of people aren't familiar with this. So a bottle rocket is just a single bottle rocket, obviously. But a big bottle rocket, actually under the hood, it's actually firing 5 regular bottle rockets. And so if you see like a damage of range of 90 to 150 after firing a big bottle rocket, you know that you missed 4 of them and only 1 actually hit. It's not just like a wide range. And because of that, it's actually impossible to roll a damage roll from 161 to 179 with a big bottle rocket because just the math doesn't add up. So a big bottle rocket is 5 regular bottle rockets and a multi-bottle rocket is 20. So that means you can actually hit up to, because a regular bottle rocket has a damage range of 90 to 150, you're essentially, if all 20 multi-bottle rockets connect, that means you have a damage range of 1,800 to 3,000.
To confirm, those are all calculated independently. Each one of those 25. Alright, 1, 2, we have 2 on him. We're gonna need these super bombs for later. It's a surprise. And how many does she have? None. Try one more here, and then we're gonna save the rest of our money.
This run's going very well, by the way. Ulti has gained a little bit more time back.
See if we can thread the needle here. Oh, that guide's not good. Alright, so another needle to thread. Doing this in 2 is fine.
I was talking a little bit earlier about the teleport mechanics. The enemies here in Deep Darkness are pretty powerful. Those little flowers are really obnoxious.
I don't know if I can get by him. That's the thing.
You might need to go back around the top
Yeah.
right now since he's moved down.
Alright, let's see. Let's think about this. There we go. Alright, I'll just get away
Or
from
you
this
could just
guy.
drag him down a little bit and open up the gap.
I'll get him stuck there.
Of course, too.
So if you never did this in Deep Darkness as a kid, this is how you get around all this stuff. Oh, another one. Without taking damage to the swamp.
It also has a dual purpose in that you move really slow in the deep water, but teleporting you just move at that super fast speed. That is a lot of slugs.
Yeah, so we're crashing on purpose on these teleports.
If you let your teleport go too long, you will teleport to Onet, and teleporting back puts you back at the start.
And then you have to do the swamp all over again. That's why I do not risk the full port here. I try to take this one in 2, because I've seen people teleport out on this one. Oh. It's a bad fish.
Wow, that was a really nice teleport through there.
Thank you.
The absolute worst accidental teleport is in Southern Winters when you're going to do Starman Deluxe. Teleporting past like the cave boys or whatever. Oh gosh.
Oh,
Then you
yeah.
teleport. You have to take like the Tessie ride again.
Oh, yeah, that's... I've never done it, but it sounds terrible.
Yeah, I've never done that either.
It's an oddly specific one, Mr. Perfect. So that Casey's bat isn't a rare item. Don't get too excited. It's 100% drop on this boss. And we don't
It
even
actually
want
has a really high offense, but it causes you to miss 3/4 of the time. It's like a reference to there's like a poem or like a short story or something written about like a Casey who misses a lot.
Ooh, uh-oh.
You should be fine as long as you bring up the menu quickly.
Yeah, when you hit something and you crash in the middle of nowhere, that's always an enemy. They don't appear, but they're there. We had one issue in Swamp, but otherwise pretty good.
Yeah, thankfully this run has gone swimmingly ever since Mole Cave. I mean, I said that 30 minutes ago, and I'm saying it again because it's still going very cleanly. Very clean execution, solid luck. Now we're gonna go back to Winters and go to Southern Winters again, and do a fairly lengthy dungeon to take on Starman Deluxe.
Yep, but
Oh yeah, we have to do the shopping sequence right now. Forgot about that.
this is the last of my skip sandwich purchasing I do. I actually probably need more cash. Let's just do it safely. I tried to plan
Yeah,
it
we were talking
correctly.
earlier. We bought a bunch of skip sandwiches back in Summers, and
Whoops. And of course
the
I
text, the
didn't do it.
dialogue there is quite lengthy, so it's faster to buy them here because the guy has very little to say to you in between purchases.
Can I get in with a big announcement?
Yep.
We just hit $3,000
Wow, nice.
raised for Children's Cancer Research Fund. Yeah, let's get a round of applause for that. Thank you so much. And this is courtesy of a donation by, hope I say this right, Uthanos. $118 that says, here's that 3 for you. Thank you so much for that generous donation.
Oh, my thumb's tired from all the practice, so I'm gonna buy as few skip sandwiches as I need to right now. Hitting that cursor is not very easy right now. Alright, we need 2 on this. Then we're done. And it doesn't matter how tired my thumb gets. Okay.
I just want to quickly add that donation went to the Neopets glitch exhibition later on tonight, so thank you for donating to that.
Did some menu buffer there. I wanted to see how the enemy was going to move, because it's possible he clipped Pooh there, and I got into a very dangerous encounter. So I used the B menu to kind of just check where he was going to shoot off to randomly. All right, where's our MS Paint Beast? Let's see him. It is amazing what the luck versus skill parts of the run. The whole thing takes skill and the whole thing has luck, but it kind of teeter-totters from one side to the other on which side dominates once you get past Foresight. And so I feel like we have a little more control here to gain back some of that time, which is nice.
Yeah, the RNG still plays a factor in the end game, but it's not nearly as impactful as things like Threed Cave or Mole Cave or things like that. Threed Cave, if the game decides it's just you're dead.
That's why we safety save. There's always that person in the community races who doesn't want to safety save, and it never ends well.
We're going to use that off by 1 error about the way that enemies spawn by going over there to the left again, prevent an enemy spawn. You don't have to go through Brick Road again. You still have the pencil eraser.
It's actually another one right there, if you didn't know that, Andy.
Interesting.
Pencil eraser.
Does that make it so you don't have to teleport past the guys down here?
Yep. Saves some time on not having to teleport here.
I have another
Right, I'm
donation
just
here.
here learning.
Oh, sorry.
All the enemies are running for multi right now because we've already defeated the boss of this. That was Shroom. So in the repeat visit, all the enemies are running from you.
I did have to despawn one, but as Phalix would say, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. Yeah, here's another one.
That should be running from you, but with the way the bats move, same as like the UFOs and the diamond enemies, they kind of like have a swinging motion back and forth, and if they get stuck on that animation of swinging to the right and on the wall, they won't move left. Yeah, don't teleport too far right here.
I'll try not to. I always curve and hit this wall so that doesn't happen.
Good time
So
for
this
that.
dungeon right here is
sorry.
called Stonehenge Base. It's probably casually one of the more difficult dungeons in the game. For the speedrun, it's actually pretty tough as well, but it mostly comes down to execution and getting enemies to despawn and approaching them as intended.
I didn't wait long
that was
enough.
weird.
Yeah. Usually a few seconds is enough, but he was
Yeah,
eager.
by waiting right here for a few seconds, there's an enemy that has a 100% spawn rate down south. By waiting a few seconds, he will more often than not eventually move south a little bit and despawn himself.
Gonna move around some items real quick. We're already preparing our inventory for Magicant. I like to keep Ness's inventory pretty clean from this point forward, because if you forget something in Magicant, you're gonna have a bad time. So rather just to keep it clean from the start. Like your skip sandwiches. Again, I'm not picking on Andy, but in every single one of Andy's world records, he does something.
What? I don't like where this is going.
I don't know how you get away with some of that. That's why they're so infamous, is because whenever Andy does something like that, he gets world record, so. Wow. He does not want to let me play today. There we go.
Yeah, for the first few rooms of this dungeon, we ideally just want to despawn everything. I mean, ideally everything is despawned, but the last long room that looks like this, just the way that it's structured, it's really difficult to despawn things.
I'll take this one a
So the
little
next
carefully.
one is, has some affectionate nicknames by the community. This one can actually, this particular spawn plate can be tough to get rid of. Nice to get through the first 3 rooms in those spawns, and then the next one, it's really just like popping skip sandwiches.
I'll take this one.
By approaching those particular starmen on the right or left, for some reason it's always a green swirl.
Yeah, so that was a green, and it was an intentional green because it gives me that 100% run chance, and otherwise I'd have to walk all the way back and despawn them. So this one we call Heck Room, usually without the CK. Because this is one of the toughest rooms in the base.
And what generally people do is use a skip sandwich and bounce from spawn to spawn, and try to get those green swirls. So while you're ghosting, so you have like those iframes in between fights, where you cannot get into an encounter. And by using a skip sandwich, you can get to the next fight quickly, and position yourself so that you do get a green swirl.
And you don't want mooks. Mooks are some of the toughest enemies in the whole entire game.
Yeah, mooks can diamondize you. It's essentially like an insta-kill. And they also have very strong PSI abilities. Any enemy that can damage everyone in the party is usually very scary. As long as their enemies are just doing single target attacks, it's usually not that big of a deal.
And that's why we gladly take those greens when we can get them there.
That's a really nice room.
Oh, I don't know if I can green that one. Nope, it's fine though.
I don't think the other one came. Oh no, it's hiding.
We just can't let Jeff die here. And technically anyone else can.
Jeff can still die. You have 2 life noodles. Ideally he doesn't, but you have backups.
Yeah. We'll keep her alive. She can use the experience. I don't like that spawn. Give me something I can green. Oh. It's the exact same movement pattern. 3 respawns. Okay, this one I can do.
And the Starmans are what you want to see, because you can always get those green swirls on them, and it's just a guaranteed run. Technically, it would be faster to not get green and get a first round run, but that's scary.
Should be the last
I
one.
can teleport her right in front of
Yeah,
you.
that was weird. I thought he was going to be in back of me. He was eager, I guess, to fight. Alright, so there's one more dangerous room along the path here, but it's usually fairly simple to avoid enemies. Just depends on how long it takes. But we're almost through Starman base already.
was a pretty quick run. By hugging the top of the path like he did, he's abusing that off by 1 air and preventing enemies from spawning.
All right.
Okay, so ideally, this is just a 1-turn fight, and it's just a single multi-bottle rocket from Jeff, but Jeff can do Jeff things sometimes.
I won't say anything mean about him. I need him right now. I need him to step up.
Starman has like 1400 HP, so that's about what you're looking for.
Yeah. It was barely
It was a
enough.
very clean Stonehenge.
That wasn't
That
that
puts us pretty much at like the end of the like, run, whereas like we're fully into endgame, and now we're just doing sanctuary cleanup, where we're just going back and doing the sanctuaries we skipped, and that's about it.
Yeah, the boss rush, if you want to call it that.
We still have to do in the story. You still have to do 7 and 8, but then we have to do. We went back. We skipped the one by Happy Village. We need to do Trillionage and Plague Rat and Thunder and Storm. Some of them are really fast though. Some of them only take like 2 minutes.
Don't let AP fool you. There's, whoops. I'm gonna go back to. Don't let him fool you though. There's still Fire Spring, which can be very deadly. So we're not out of it
Yeah,
yet.
there's one fight in particular that.
Hey, Dad.
Oh, I thought the game locked for a second.
Since we reset once, he called
I
later
thought the
than
game
normal.
crashed or something. Yeah, every 2 hours of gameplay, Dad calls, which means probably sometime back like around Mold Cave or something, there was a reset that was required, and it's been 2 hours since the console's been on.
We need the Shyness book now, so what I'm going to do is just lazy port back to the middle of Woe Netty here.
Is this a good time for a donation?
Sure.
All right, we've got a $20 donation from Anonymous that says, thanks for all the fun games so far. Let's raise some money for children's cancer research. We are at $3,020 raised for the charity so far this weekend. Let's keep it going, y'all.
Can I ask a really random question?
To me?
Mainly for the host. What's the story behind the shack cutout back there? Is there a story?
The details of the shack in the audience are deep and hidden Midwest Speedfest lore, but yes, there is some lore there for sure.
Getting some love back there. So yeah, the whole story behind the Tenda villagers, they're all shy and they don't like talking, but give them the Book of Overcoming Shyness, which just has a 100% effective rate.
Instantly, yeah.
They all overcome their shyness and they'll all talk to you, and the big strong guy will lift a rock and let you into the next dungeon.
How do you pronounce the next dungeon, AP?
How do I pronounce it? Lumine Hall.
That's what I think too, but I hear Lumine a lot.
Did you say Lumine?
Yeah, I hear that a lot from runners, Lumine. I always thought it was Lumine too.
Isn't Lumine an actual word? It may just be a made-up word, I don't know.
I don't know.
Now you got me doubting myself.
Ooh. That's the right name, I'm sure of it. Alright, so we're coming up to something called the Horseshoe, another very dangerous place.
Oh, I have bad news, Ulti.
What's that?
I just pulled it up, the pronunciation on dictionary.com, and they pronounce it lumen.
Lumen. So we're all wrong. End of the day.
I guess there's like a unit of measurement about how light something is, like lumens. You can measure brightness of something, but it's a slightly different spelling. I thought it was pronounced differently.
What's up with these two Fobbies?
It's going south right there. Prevent that top file or one of those tiles from triggering.
It's supposed to, but it didn't. I must have not done it right because it didn't work.
So this basement of Lumen Hall is a little tricky. It's affectionately called the Horseshoe, and it's because there's tons of spawns in the area, and it's very difficult to get through cleanly. Almost always you're gonna take an encounter.
I can't even get in right now. It's so eager for me.
Yeah, sitting on the rope to hopefully let the enemies that are there to travel south and despawn themselves.
I don't know if they're going to. Okay, there we go. So we're going to take a very specific path here, and I'm going to do it very carefully. Otherwise, there's a good chance you get caught here.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Did you just...
Did I just? Yes, I did just.
Yourself? What was that witchcraft?
I still got some tricks.
Did that movement prevent all the spawns?
All but one spawn plate, yeah.
What?
I've done my research.
Apparently I need to study some of these runs a little more. That was amazing.
I'm just going to take this fight at this point. I'll take
Yeah,
the
there's a lot of
experience.
enemies here, but a single Starstorm will down them. Also give decent experience.
Yeah, and we can use the experience. We want healing Gamma with Ness, and you're really one fight off from getting it most runs. Sometimes this will do it. This will be enough to push you to that healing Gamma. So we're gonna go for greens now.
I know about hugging the top here to prevent that last Foppy spawn down to near the rabbit's foot.
Yeah, but they were already there. It's fine. We'll just.
I
take
think
them.
there's another spawn tile that is preventing.
We're already committed, so we're gonna kick these guys out.
So the rabbit's foot that is down here is one of the most valuable items in the run. It increases the wearer's speed by 40. And speed is used for calculating bottle rocket damage and for your run chances. So it's essentially, if you're equipping that on your person who has the highest speed in your party, you're essentially increasing your run chance every turn by 40%. Or by putting it on Jeff, you're massively raising his multi-bottle rocket damage, so that very reliably they'll do more than 2,000 damage.
So what you're saying is I should not drop it, right?
That's only a risk if you have someone dead. Ooh, that was a good roll.
Sorry, I gotta clear my throat here for a second. Still recovering. I lost my voice a few days ago, so I apologize for the throat clearing.
Alright, so that dungeon was very clean. I mean, I guess you only took one Fabi encounter, or two Fabi encounters.
Yeah, but the horseshoe wasn't that big of a deal, and that's usually the hardest part.
Well, there's really just one scary dungeon, as all the sanctuaries are wrapped up, and that's Fire Spring. And it's mostly just one particular room that is terrifying. So what order, do you do Fire Spring now, or do you do it later?
I'll do it now, and I'm not teleporting back to Fire Spring. If you want to explain why, you could.
Oh, okay. It took me a second to be like, oh, that makes sense. There's a very, very rare chance when you teleport into Fire Spring that you get into an encounter with an enemy that I forget exactly. I don't know if it's an enemy that has despawned or that was always my assumption.
Okay, so
But
what happens
when you
is,
get into that
go
fight,
ahead.
the game essentially doesn't have the enemy that it's getting into the fight with isn't in memory, and the game crashes.
Yeah, you get two dinosaurs that the game never meant to be together, and it doesn't know how to actually form the fight, so instead it just locks your game.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Is it like two dinosaurs that are like on top of each other?
Yeah, so you actually teleport in and you hit both in that teleport. And there's no configuration that allows those two enemies to be together, so the game just decides to not do anything.
Interesting.
But yes, what you said is correct. We just don't want to risk that. I have lost a run to that before.
It's never actually happened to me, but someone's actually created like an RNG manipulation to make it happen every time if you're really curious about how it works.
So normally,
By teleporting back to Firespring, I bet it saves like 15 seconds. But by not doing it, the game isn't gonna crash, guaranteed.
yeah, I'm not letting risk decide this at this point. So normally we teleport here, save a few seconds, and then head to Firespring.
Yeah, the teleport doesn't take you far, it just centers you. It's like right here that it teleports you. So are you gonna do any Cloak of Kings strategies?
Yeah, I'm gonna do Cloak of Kings.
Say that as if it's like obvious that you should. I don't think I've ever picked up the Cloak of Kings in a run.
Well, you also never despawned all the Lumen spawn plates before, but you will going forward.
That's fair. That's fair.
Wow, this is
Too
a lot.
entrenched in my ways.
I actually don't know all the math like I used to. I used to be certain I could convince anyone to do it, but now I just trust old runner me's math because I don't know it anymore.
Yeah, what the Cloak of Kings does is it just raises Pooh speed by I think the same as the Rabbit's Foot, right? By 40.
Yeah, there's a lot less
But
menuing.
only Pooh can wear it.
Yeah.
And I think the intention is that it'll make the turn order a little more controlled. It raises Pooh speed enough that you can kind of predict more often than not the turn order, and you can kind of play around that and have better turns as a result. For example, on Gygus, you know that Pooh is most likely going to outspeed Armored Pokey, for example, and you can play a better turn.
So I'm gonna do this really safe. I'm gonna equip the C pendant on Pooh. At first. It's that cloak. Alright, we're letting an enemy despawn right now. Sit there for a couple seconds, kind of like we did in Starman Base.
There will be two of these little small rooms where there's a decent chance for these enemies to be present. I think it's like 80%,
Yeah, I think you're right.
80 or 90. And you just need the enemies either right next to you and moving away from you, or just not there.
Yeah, so not a great first room. We definitely did not hit our 1 in 5 odds. That one we could probably get with the skip sandwich. There we go. This is fine. Just dodge him.
It is the second small room like that has a high spawn rate.
But the most dangerous one is coming up. So, really, they should despawn within 5, mathematically, but sometimes it doesn't. Alright.
Being a skip sandwich here, I like that.
Yeah, they
Ooh.
bring down the other.
Nice,
Yeah.
and they came together. It eliminates a spawn up top. It means you might be able to skip the fight up top and just book it into the cave.
Maybe.
So the next room is the scariest room.
Oh, there's still one here. It's fine, though.
The next room has enemies that can do a lot of damage, and they have decent speed. So if it takes you more than like 3 or 4 turns to run, party members are going to start dying.
Or
Oh
just-
my
Or
gosh!
just don't have them spawn. You know, that works too. That one was not me, though. I did not plan that one, before you ask.
Well,
That
I
was
know
just-
the spot. I don't know if I probably had that room clear like a handful of times at most. I don't know what the odds are, but it's very high for the enemies to be there.
Come on, the game owes me a couple at this point.
If this is the last fight, this was an excellent fire spring. Sometimes there's enemies right below the boss that you can't avoid.
There we go. All right, so now what we're gonna do, fix our inventory. All right, let's hope we don't get really bad luck.
So this is notoriously one of the most dangerous bosses in the game. It's a very, very difficult one if you don't know about multi-bot rockets. Carbon Dog has 1600 health, Diamond Dog has about 3100. So about 5000 damage or health between the two of them. 3 bottle rockets is a guaranteed kill with the Rabbit's Foot equipped. But Diamond Dog will get a turn and do something nasty. That's fine. So yeah, this is a win.
Yeah, this will take him out.
The scary thing is if Diamond Dog, he has a move that can Diamond Dice somebody. If he Diamond Dices Jeff, that can be really painful, bringing him back and surviving to do another bottle rocket. He also has a flash move that can just insta kill people. But I don't think he will do that on turn 1. I think it's a turn 2 thing. But yeah, that was a fantastic fire spring.
Yeah, my voice is... Thank you. My voice is starting to go out again, so I may let you talk the rest of the way, Andy. I can hear it
I am
going.
so good at talking.
I know you are, buddy.
So again, we just have some sanctuary cleanup. If you remember, like when we got Paula, there was a dungeon right there that we went in and death warped in. The reason we didn't do it right then is because we were super under leveled. The only reliable way to do it at a pretty low level is to grind up to get Nest to level 14 so he learns paralysis. And you paralyze the mole, and as soon as the mole's paralyzed, he literally can't hurt you. So it's just a matter of time how long it takes to beat him. But it still takes a long time. It's still faster just to death warp out and come back later when you're stronger. Dinosaur right outside the cave right there. And then we have to go do Lilliput's or Milky Well. That's the one in Saturn Valley. The dungeon we also walked right past. It's just on the northeastern side of Saturn Valley. But it's a very, very difficult dungeon. In my opinion, it's one of the biggest difficulty spikes in the game. Maybe even more so than Fourside Department Store. The enemies there are just way too powerful for what level you're expected to be there. And then after that, we just have to do Pink Cloud with Thunder and Storm and Plague Rat with the sewers. All of the latter two or latter 3 that I mentioned are all just single multi-bottle rocket kills. So it's just picking up an exit mouse. I'm not positive what order Ulti's going to do them in. You can kind of mix and match what order you want to do them in, because pretty much all of them you can just exit mouse out. The most common one to end on, though, is Milky Well, just because the time it takes to get out of it is kind of a wash to using an exit mouse. Starting with the Fourside Plague Rat, though, to allow yourself to enter, you have to talk to this guy. He's a big fan of Venus the Singer, and he wants your signature. And he's willing that the signature is on anything, even a banana peel.
So I can offer up another boneheaded moment is I've forgotten the banana peel on world record pace before. So that can happen as well.
Forgot to go in after the show and get it.
Yep. So many stories.
So we do get a chance to watch one more show. We watched the 2 Runaway 5 shows earlier. This is the Venus show, Venus solo, with a creeper trying to get onto the stage with her.
No matter how many times you see the show, too, he'll keep doing it.
And she has just an absolutely elegant voice.
What a run this has been, huh?
Yeah, you're still the execution has totally been there for the latter half. I mean, the execution was there at the beginning half too. It's just the RNG didn't cooperate. It's nice that the latter half of the run is very technical and not RNG.
And I've been getting some luck too in the last half. Having that room empty in Fire Springs helps a lot.
But you're pretty much on track. I don't have a direct comparison because our sanctuaries are at a different order. But as far as I can tell, you might have gained a couple more minutes.
All right, we'll keep trying.
So you're pushing. You're probably going to be, by the end of this, you're going to be pretty dang close to the estimate, which is very impressive considering everything that's happened.
Yeah, that was a stressful early game. But we're not out yet.
Well, I think I speak for everybody here in the room in Minneapolis and everybody watching on Twitch when I say this has been an extremely entertaining run. So thank you for doing this for us. It's been great. Just want a quick plug again that our next run, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, has a character bid war open right now. You can donate to either Roy, Donkey Kong, or Waluigi. Roy is currently in the lead with $20. So if you'd like to flip that, if you'd like to make Amber run as one of those other characters, you should definitely get your donations in soon because this run does not have that much time left anymore.
Yeah, we're going to be pretty close to that estimate. So 40 minutes, 45 minutes is what we're looking at.
All right, we got our banana peel. Now we can go through some sewers here. It actually is faster to pay these fees, but the text moves so fast that a lot of times people overmash and ruin the half second you gain from paying it at the counter.
Yeah, for the longest time, I was under the assumption that trying to sneak through was faster in both museums, but quickly learned that both of that is wrong.
It is easier though.
So here in the sewers, you kind of have to trudge through the water very slowly. Ultimately, keeping once he's in the water, or the sewage, whatever you want to call it, it's purple. He will probably keep his eyes glued to the screen because
Yeah,
caught
I'm
that
gonna
at the
take
last second.
Yeah, oh, that's a weird spawn. That's a very weird one. It's fine though. So we're gonna lose a little time there, but we'll get it back. And these two things actually have a lot of speed. So our best bet here is just to destroy them.
Yeah, once we're in the water, you want to keep his eyes glued to the right side of the screen. You want to catch the enemies as soon as possible, because as soon as they aggro on you, it's pretty much impossible to stutter in the water. It can be done, but it's very difficult. So as soon as an enemy aggro's on you, more likely than not, you're going to be fighting it.
Yeah, I like that guy right there.
And it's ever so slightly quicker to hop out of the water right here instead of continuing in the water.
Oh wow. Very enemy heavy. Normally you're able just to walk through here. We're getting a lot of enemies in this particular forest side. Oh. But easy to avoid.
And you might be able to go north and get him stuck on the wall. Nice.
No,
Oh,
we're
put an
pinching.
enemy over there.
And another
Oh,
one.
and a hiding trash can under the lip.
It's maybe the most enemies I've ever seen here. But they should be pretty easy to run through them. These are all low speed enemies.
Yeah, and I mentioned the speed calculation or the run chance calculation earlier, because it's relevant that the enemies have low speed, because the turn 1 chance to run is going to be the highest member of your party speed minus the enemy's highest member of the enemy's party speed. So say Jeff has 60 speed and the enemy has 20, it means turn 1 you have a 40% chance to run. And every single turn that the fight progresses, it goes up by 10%, whether you tried to run or not.
I was able to do this in practice, but not with this controller. So, this is not my controller.
I believe you just have to get to him in time. Nice.
But you still got it. Still counts.
The Plague Rat is intended to be fought way earlier in the game. So, we have multi-bot rockets and it makes it pretty trivial. By pretty trivial, I mean he's already dead. And then the rat, immediately, as soon as the boss is dead, he'll start running from you, so you don't have to worry about it anymore.
The worst thing you can do here is forget your exit mouse.
Or forget the carrot key.
Yeah, as we keep talking about all these things you can do that are really bad. I've never done either of those, though. I don't think.
I forgot the exit mouse in a recent out of bounds run. Yeah, use the exit mouse right here. It doesn't look like you actually go anywhere, but it's taking you back to the front because their ladders look identical.
We're hopefully going to skip a photo here at the entrance as well, so we got to teleport right away when we exit.
Yeah, once you exit the museum, if you take a single step, you trigger the photo. You might already actually be standing in the trigger zone for it, but the game needs you to take a step before it'll trigger. So by teleporting immediately, you don't actually have to do the photo. Okay, 3 more dungeons left, and then we get to do Magic Ant, which is inside Nessa's mind.
I prefer to think of it as Magic Can. We're being optimistic today. Wow, that was a lucky
Yeah,
grade.
nice screen.
Yeah. I did not deserve
And the
that
spawn
one.
rates here are pretty high. We'll see if Ulti decides to try and despawn any enemies. I traditionally don't, but I've learned a lot of techniques from Ulti already watching this run.
I really don't. These should be free runs. Sometimes they're not. But it starts at like 70% or something like that. I'm sorry, my
Probably
throat's
not
really
skip,
going
just
out.
to try and... Usually skips aren't really are moving fast as a secondary objective with the skip sandwich. The main objective is to try and get green swirls on enemies that may be facing a different direction, or to skip enemies altogether. Got one more spawn tile here to the left.
That's a good green
Nice.
hit.
And with that skip sandwich active, it means they haven't fully aggroed on you yet, and they're facing away.
Yeah, they're still in a random movement pattern for a little bit longer.
Yeah, ideally, it's just a single multi-bottle rocket here. If Jeff rolls a little low, it can take a little extra damage, but it doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, this is one where I don't think I've ever undershot this guy.
I used to always prep an extra Starstorm from Pooh just in case. But it's been so long since it happened to me, I don't even do that anymore. But eventually it happened, and I'll regret not doing it.
You gotta be careful on the walk out. You can definitely get encounters accidentally.
Yeah, this is one dungeon where an exit mouse is actually getting an exit mouse is slightly slower because the walkout's pretty quick.
Those guys get you sometimes.
Yeah, despite all the enemies are technically running from Ness right now, but they all have that swingy movement back and forth. So while they're technically running away from you, they can swing into you to start their backwards movement.
Alright. I'm gonna do Saturn Valley next.
Are you doing Lilliput last?
Yeah. And this is my route. Again, everyone does it a little differently. I don't know many runners that would do it this order, but it's just how I like doing it.
Using a skip sandwich to get out of here is really fast. This dungeon is really short. It's only 3 rooms long. And the first and third room are super tiny.
Are they running? They're running.
So all the enemies here have a 75% chance to be running from ulti based on his level. So hopefully they're all running. Nice. All the enemies in the first 2 packs are running from. That's nice.
It's a good start.
The downside is if any enemies are not running from him, he'll have to fight all of them anyway. That Ranboob was coming at him.
Yeah.
Wow. Can you get in?
It's green though.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
I was
Paula
looking
got
for an
him.
encounterless dungeon. That would have been nice.
This is just as good to me. I just don't want the mushroom. The mushrooms are the worst here.
Yeah, it's deceptively obnoxious. If an enemy mushromizes Jeff, your multi-bottle rocket inventory is very carefully managed, and wasting a MBR right here is kind of painful.
It's a really good dungeon right there. I'm actually going to check my inventory now. I only have 2 sound left. So I'm going to get my inventory aligned before I leave here. I give myself 2 chances to remember. That's why I do it in this order.
Yeah, there's 3 critical items that OP needs right here. He wants the... I'll let him think.
Yeah, I saw everything I needed. I'm going to give that over right now as well.
Yeah, he needs the flash resistance from either a Night Pendant or Sea Pendant that's on Paula or something. And he needs the Rabbit's Foot to be able to run from everything in the first section of Magicant. The Franklin Badge is a nice to have, but ideally he's not going to fight anything that even does lightning.
Yeah, that's not our big threat from Magicant at all. So I'm going to walk out of here. And the reason why I do this, I always like this strategy better, give myself 2 chances to not mess up Magicant. But everyone told me there's no way to teleport out from here. So of course I did what I do and just found the way to teleport out.
Yeah, you have to do that in the No Out of Bounds run too. If you like I walked directly down to like a certain pixel that I'm looking for.
Oh, this is weird. Lots of enemies. Okay. But you can't take
All
a
those
step.
sorts of greens, but it's just a fight you have to take. You don't want to.
And now, to Tucson. All you have to do is just start the teleport and go straight down to where that grass patch is, and you can get right out of there.
Okay, this is going to be the final dungeon before Magicant. And
Let's see, how many do we
I
have?
don't need to get an exit mouse because as soon as he finishes this dungeon and gets the final sanctuary, it's going to teleport him into Magicant. And for that section, you have solo nests. You have a lot of difficult enemies to get through, but the main problem is the final boss. You have both Dragonites on you?
I do. Yep, this is one for the speed run in a marathon setting you don't want to mess up. If you forget an item, it's very, very bad.
So yeah, the typical damage output for the boss of Magicant is 3 bags of Dragonite and then 2 super bombs as backups.
And I have 4 super bombs. Not taking chances.
Oh, you have 4?
Yeah.
And the absolute worst case, if you get a really, really bad pattern and some really low rolls on all of your attacks, you can still not kill him. There is a fallback method, and that's to drain all of his psychic points until he literally can't hurt you anymore, and then you just auto fight to win.
But yeah, that's a very long fight that way.
Yeah, and it takes about 7 to 8 minutes to do that method.
So let's just avoid that one.
It's a method I always used as a kid because I had no idea how to fight him, legitimately.
Really? You figured that out as a kid? I didn't even know you could, like, drain all their MP.
I probably read it in like a Nintendo Power or something.
What was it like to be
I'm sure I didn't come up with it.
What was it like to be rich and have Nintendo Power?
It was my brother's.
I always wanted that as a kid. That was like the 90s dream right there.
Yeah, all the enemies are just running from him because this is a really early dungeon. You're expected to come here like after you just have Paula, with nobody else.
One last check. 4, 2, and we got our skip sandwiches. Those are important too. This guy's easy enough to just auto fight, but we do have a big bottle rocket left over that we'll use. All right, let's do it.
So we're pretty much at the very end of the game. There's only 3 little mini sections left. You have Magicant, Darko Net to get the meteorite piece, and then the Cave of the Past. And that's the end. Are you gonna set up safety or anything before Nightmare?
I shouldn't need to. I'm gonna grab the bat as well. I have 4 super bombs, so if all those Dragonites and 4 super bombs doesn't do it, I don't know what to tell you. Of course, now that I said it, right?
That's fair. Yeah, grabbing the bat makes it so that if you do fight a Kraken, you can still kill it.
Yeah, the C pendant would have been a better option, but as long as I can grab the bat, I should be pretty safe here.
I've made the mistake of not grabbing the bat, and then you fight a Kraken, and it's just like, I can't kill it.
I don't think you can run, right? It's technically a boss.
Correct.
Yeah.
And they have like 900 HP, and if you're still using like the last bat you got, you're doing like 1 damage, I think. I think I didn't even have a bat on Nest at the time. So we saw Ulti do a lot of that skip sandwich and jumping from enemy to enemy, and utilizing the iframes to get in advantageous positions. We're going to be seeing a lot of that in Magicant. During the first, during the main area of Magicant before before the Sea of Eden, Ulti will be using a skip sandwich and hoping to skip past all the enemies. And all the enemies in the first part are all presents, so you can just kind of like aggro them, make them move in a certain linear path towards where you were, and then go around them. Sometimes you can't always do it, depending on what position they're in. But yeah, this dungeon is mostly just dodging them, and if you do get a fight, just running. If you do fight the dice, you can paralyze them and get a guaranteed run. But other than that, it's just running.
And a voice warning, it's almost completely gone now. You're almost on your own, Andy. I've taken it as far as I can.
I will express your internal disappointments and expectations.
Sounds good. So we do start with the rabbit's foot because we want to have that run chance. And as we mentioned, the rabbit's
the
foot
whole
gets
idea of
kicked.
Magicant is you're in Ness's mind, trying to overcome like your own evil, I guess. big bad guy is taking you over, and you're trying to defeat Ness's nightmare. First thing, we're gonna go to the right here and pick up the last bag of Dragonite, which is gonna be one of our sources of damage for the nightmare fight. No enemies so far. This is bizarre.
Yeah, I'm waiting to use my skip sandwich, but I don't see anything. I'm just gonna use it, I guess. This is awkward.
Yeah, did you get enemies right up here on this diagonal path?
It's because you're here.
That was my lack of skip sandwich luck right there.
Right.
Everyone always gives me a hard time. Oh my gosh, this is insanity.
I've never. This is unreal. Finally, if I can't even skip it.
Your
but it's
first
fine.
fight, you could get away through this with only a single fight in here,
That was insane. Yeah. First turn around.
and a first round against a carefree bomb is nice.
I think that
Everyone always gives me a hard time because in a run that I had a long time ago that was the record at the time. It's far from the record nowadays. There's way better runners taking that from me. I forgot to put skip sandwiches on Ness, and without skip sandwiches, it's nearly impossible to skip all the enemies in here. And I just walked through it like Ulti just did right there with no spawns, and everyone gives me a hard time that I didn't deserve that record, and I didn't.
You deserved it. We will have to take some damage, but not much.
That was a very, very nice first section of Magic Camp.
Yep, that'll get back.
Alright, so now we're done with the Rabbit's Foot. Ulti will put the Knight's Pendant back on in preparation for the Nightmare fight.
Key here is to be really patient. As long as you're patient, eventually you can get past these Krakens.
So he just needs the Kraken to be in a good spot so that he can, like, skirt past it and either get it stuck on the wall behind him or not even aggro at all. That looks like a good spot right there. It might aggro, but it's gonna get stuck on the wall and up ahead.
Oh, that was unfortunate. We'll let him de-aggro for a second.
Yeah, he can aggro and get stuck on that little pillar thingy. He just has one last Kraken to deal with.
Where is he?
And it
There he
spawns
is.
in a good spot so that he can go around it pretty easily. Getting greedy going around the south side, but he can just keep moving south.
Alright, well I guess we'll just go for it.
Are you full life?
Yeah, I healed before I came in.
Okay.
Alright, so let's start with this one.
The turnover we don't want to see is a Rockin' Alpha into a into a Life of Beta. So he did a Rockin' Alpha, so he has a 50-50 chance to do a Life of Beta right now. We're hoping to not see the beta. Nice.
We're gonna need a bomb too. Here it goes. This should do it.
Wow, that was really nice.
Yeah.
Almost certainly he's dead after that bomb, yeah. That was a really nice Magic Ant. There's one boss left, and that's Gygus.
Is it okay if I sneak in a quick donation?
Yep.
All right, we've got a $20 donation from Kato PokeNerd. Says, "What a great mid-game ulti. Just wanted to remind you and Andy of the photosensitivity scene coming up. Not that I don't trust you to remember, but I don't trust you to remember. Love you, man. Finish strong."
I did forget, and yes, seizure warning when the scenes start flashing at the end of this.
Yeah, at the end of all these level ups, the game cycles between scenes very, very rapidly. And a little bit of seizure warning if you're into that. Definitely look away for that little sequence. Which will be once Ness starts spinning and warping back to real world.
This is actually why we tell people not to give up on runs as well, especially early on. Because sometimes even if your early game's bad, the late game can be a lot better. Right here, seizure warning, yes. Look away.
Yeah, they toned down that animation in the Switch release and in the Wii U release of Earthbound. A lot of the flashy animations they toned back a little bit to make them a little easier on the eyes.
All right, let's finish strong.
So this is the phase destroyer that's going to take you into the past to defeat Gygas before he's too powerful. But you need one last piece, which happens to be the meteorite, or comes from the meteorite that fell on by Ness's house at the beginning of the game. Very convenient.
Don't want to forget to equip the rabbit's foot, too.
We're going to be using that teleport feature to get around enemies pretty heavily right here. The enemies here up to the top of the meteorite are very powerful. Ulti has the rabbit's foot equipped, so if he does get into a fight, the odds of running are pretty high. But ideally, just as soon as he spots an enemy, he teleports past them, and we don't fight anything.
Oh, almost did a full teleport there.
Yeah, you only get to do this teleport trick in a few areas because you can't do it within dungeons and stuff. Right there, ulti was kind of luring the enemy to be down south to open up a gap so we could teleport through it.
Ooh, this one's
Lots
gonna
of
be
enemies
nasty.
down there. I think the far enough away they might be able to squeeze in right there.
We'll see. Oh, that helps.
Oh, and then moved away very nicely.
Oh, well, I'll have to do a couple more, but fine. It's fine. Just want to get away. There we go. Sometimes you have to thread the needle.
All right, so with that done, we head to the Cave of the Past and walk through and beat Gygas.
All right, we have some set up, so if there's any donations or anything to announce, it's going to be a short block here of just setting up the end game.
Sounds good. We don't have any new donations at this point, but I just want to remind everybody watching, if you'd like to participate in one of our marathons, whether as a runner, volunteer, or both, we would love to have you. Our online marathons are open to everyone, and those able to come to Minneapolis are encouraged to submit to our on-site events. We also have remote volunteer roles for every event and in-person volunteer roles for events in Minneapolis. The best way to get involved with our events is to join our Discord server by typing !Discord in the chat. And speaking of our next on-site event after this one, Midwest Speedfest's next on-site event will take place at VGMCon. Oops, all Zelda. Never gets old. In Minneapolis, Minnesota on April 14th through the 16th, 2023. We're excited to be working with VGMCon once again, and we hope you'll join us in April. Visit VGMCon.org to learn more, and keep an eye on our Discord server and Twitter accounts for more details as the event approaches.
You gonna pick up the Horn of Life here?
Should still have a lot of life noodles.
Oh, that's true. I guess you still have both of them.
I didn't see if I got healing gamma.
I did not either. You want me to make a check for you?
I'll check when I land. It's too late now. We're already committed. We gotta get turned into robots first.
See if I can beat you and tell you. I'm watching your post-timer level up. Just give me a second.
Alright, we saved 3 skip sandwiches just for this.
I don't think you learned it.
I don't. Okay. Then I'll have to be a little extra careful. We do have a brain food lunch, so as long as Pooh is alive, we're fine. If you remember the safety items we picked up a long time ago, some of those may come in handy here if we get into trouble.
Yeah, this dungeon is mostly just popping skip sandwiches and jumping from fight to fight trying to get greens, and so far it's gone pretty well.
This one's not too dangerous, but I feel like he has higher
I can
speed.
dynamize, it's the only obnoxious thing.
Yeah.
As long as it's not a Ghost of Starman. Thankfully, after that, the Ness's Nightmare fight, Ness gets a huge boost in stats. You notice the psychic points are over 400. They were definitely not at that point before the Nightmare fight. It's a nice little buff you get for the final section.
I was hoping that would be green, but the wrong one got us.
This is the Shambler. This guy is by far the weakest enemy in this area.
It's not dangerous at all, so worked out.
Moving to prevent a spawn tower from triggering.
This
This
one,
is one of the scarier fights.
that can be scary.
Don't be the
Yes.
first time run the Ghost of Star and we'll always start with the Starstorm, which will do mortal damage to everyone but Ness.
Alright, so last skip sandwich.
Little micro optimization right there. If you use the skip sandwich on whoever's holding it, it's a little less text to see.
Look, I just care about the frames.
Some of these are green, but
This might be the last fight if we're lucky. We might be able to get all the way to the Gygus. No? Yep.
there it is. Alright, so we're in the lair with Gygus.
Andy, double check me on these menus at this point. Alright, we need to give this over here. Pretty sure we're good there. We're good there.
You need to just equip that Night Pendant and Sea Pendant, you're good.
Yep, let me check my bombs. Super bombs for everybody. Get one of those over to Pooh. right. Wrong one. Good. All right, think we're good, right? Too late.
Yeah.
Let's go. Final battle. We're not done yet though. It all really comes down to this first action Gygas does. But I'm out of voice, so I'll let Andy explain that, why we want Rockin' Alpha.
So on turn one, on turn one, we're going to be throwing up a shield Sigma using Paula, which eliminates all psychic damage. Basically, prevents 3 damage charges on whoever has it on them. Gygas just does Rockin' every turn. On turn one, he has a 1 in 4 chance of starting with a Rockin' Beta, which will kill Paula. So we're primed for that 3 in 4 chance of getting a Rockin' Alpha right here.
Now speed there. That's interesting. 2 outspeeds.
Solid MBR damage. So we unfortunately got the 1 in 4.
But she should get her
Mortal.
Sigma off. So. Maybe. There we go. So we're actually fine. All right. How do we want to approach this now? Let's go ahead. Yeah, we know. Let's go ahead and life up. I'm gonna play this a little carefully here. We did get a bomb off before.
He has 1 more charge to prevent damage from the Rockins.
All right.
I think you gotta bring Jeff back.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
Get
have
another
to.
MBR off.
I'm being very careful here because we don't want to make the wrong actions.
Yeah, your HP's not ticking down, so take all the time you need. Okay, that damage gets prevented. But now his shields are gone.
Nice dodge.
Nice dodge.
All right.
So that puts Jeff at max health. But it might be worth waiting for his health to tick all the way back up to
Yeah.
make sure the MBR gets off.
Honestly, I just may play safe. I may just keep people healthy. Who did I heal with Ness? I don't remember. We'll do it this way. This should end it right here. The outspeed should do it. Yeah, okay, good.
Oh, roll. Still got him.
We're in a lot better shape
All
now.
So, Paula has both a Franklin badge and a Sea Pendant on her, which means as soon as she becomes alive during this or the next phase, she's essentially invincible. The most damage that Gygas can do to Paula is like 8. And Paula's the only one that needs to be alive for phase 3. If Paula's alive and Ulti makes it to phase 3, this fight is essentially over.
All right. So nothing he can do right now. Let's go ahead and get Paula on her feet.
I was worried about Pooh feeling strange and the cup of life noodles not connecting to the right person.
If it seems like I'm going slow, that is on purpose. We really want to make sure we do this right. He has 2,000 HP on the first 2 phases. That's okay.
The thing is, even if at this point, if everybody goes down and Paula's the only one alive, Ulti's still gonna win this just with freeze betas.
All right,
Nice
nice.
solidify.
Oh, we don't have
You can
anything
afford a
there.
beta.
Yeah,
This might kill right here. Ah, he's close.
I think this will do it. Oh,
Oh man.
let it go, Gygas. You're not gonna win. Okay, there we go.
All right,
So,
there it is.
phase 3. Now we just have to pray and pray a lot. But we're, as Andy pointed out, we're basically invincible at this point. Paula has a ton of HP, so that's not a concern.
This fight is pretty much always about the same length. Once we get here, Paula's not gonna die. So this run is, for all intents and purposes, over. We'll just end once this phase is over.
When this is over, I'm going to try to use the restroom really quick before my incentive because I've been holding it. And now it's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
But this is sometimes the most stressful part of the run when you're on a world record pace, but you don't know if you're going to get it by a few seconds or not. This can be the most stressful part.
This depending on if Gaiga solidifies Paula and makes her waste a turn, or just takes long animation actions over and over. This last phase can vary by up to like maybe 45 seconds or so.
Naturally, that's the tool probably die here.
The only time it becomes relevant. I guess it's relevant in all the same case, because in a regular casual playthrough, the only time you're going to use Pray on Paula is if like you're in an absolute desperate situation and you have nothing else to do. But in here, it's the same situation. You're just praying, and all your friends come to help you.
Don't worry, we're gonna see that player name yet. We're gonna get some ooze. That was a great suggestion, Andy. I'm glad you made me do the ooze.
It was my pleasure.
I'm excited to see what that looks like when it's being spammed.
The best is how it looks on the credits. But we're probably not going to go all the way to the credits. It's like 20 minutes long. And that's why I have the Franklin badge on. If Franklin badge was not on and Paula took that lightning hit, lightning has a pretty wide range of damage, but it can do enough to kill her in one hit. With the seat pattern equipped, you're preventing all the freeze damage, you can't get flashed and get insta-killed. And with the Franklin badge, you prevent lightning damage. So essentially, Gaius can only hit you for like 8 a turn if he does the exact right attacks. And that's still not enough to down you in 9 turns.
So can we for a second just appreciate that this run actually concluded?
It was looking pretty bleak back at Mole Cave. Down goes Ness. It's actually not perfectly fine that Ness goes down. If anything, it's a little faster because now we don't have to choose his actions.
Yeah, as I said, like Ness and Pooh, they were useless to us. We don't need them anymore. And Jeff was basically always useless, so.
And we get to see glitched graphics Mole Cave. I'd never seen that before.
Yeah, I think we discovered something new in this stream. So, as weird as it was, hey, it was entertaining if nothing else.
I think it's 5 prayers, just 4 more left, and then that will be time. So time will probably be about 2 minutes.
That speaks to Earthbound runners. I think Earthbound runners have some of the most resilience of all speedrunners, because every part of the run we keep saying, like, yeah, you can definitely lose it from this rare RNG, but it happens at least once a run where you have to recover something. That's called an empty turn. If you are on world record pace, those are the best sight in the world.
Yeah, there's 4 actions Gygas can take. I'm pretty sure they're weighted equally on which action he can do. And that is always the nicest to see.
Yeah, so he doesn't do any action, he just kind of like says he's in pain.
Yeah, it must have been off now. It's 3 prayers left.
Pretty sure it auto scrolls through the rest of the end game as soon as the last prayer hits, doesn't it, Andy?
I think there's 1 text box you have to advance when Pokey starts talking.
Is that right away? I'm trying to plan out my bathroom.
That's after a minute or 2.
Oh, well, I still may go use the bathroom then. Well, that doesn't.
You can have someone come up and mash for you.
Kato, I need you. Technically, the run's over, so it's not cheating at that point.
Okay, time will be when the next prayer starts. So not this one, but the next one. Probably about 30 seconds.
All right, get ready for it. This run actually is going to finish, it looks like. Given no
This doesn't
power
finish
outage.
at this point. That would be impressive.
There it is, time. All right, I'm going to use the restroom, then I'll be back for the incentive.
Well, I think that's going to give me a chance to step in and just do a couple announcements really quick. Can we get another round of applause for Ultimo also, by the way? That was incredible. Long speed runs are hard, and long speed runs where you have to use your brain for 99% of the run are even harder. So that was awesome to see. If you are watching and enjoying this marathon, please consider following Midwest Speed Fest. We are a Minnesota-based organization that has been hosting speedrun marathons since 2015. In the late summer and early spring, we partner with 2DCon and VGMCon, respectively, to help raise money for their chosen charities and bring even more entertainment to their conventions. We host online events occasionally too, also in support of charity. So far, we've raised over $60,000 for various causes, and we hope to see that number continue to grow exponentially with your support. And we are here this weekend raising money for Children's Cancer Research Fund. Children's Cancer Research Fund supports the brightest scientists whose ideas make the greatest impact for children with cancer. They work closely with researchers to fund innovative new projects quickly so that promising new discoveries can continue uninterrupted. Their researchers share their findings with more than 9,000 experts around the globe, collaborating with others to accelerate discoveries. Because childhood cancer affects the whole family and community, they also fund quality of life services that enhance healing and care. You can learn more at childrenscancer.org. And I want to give another plug because this is the next run coming up right after the exhibition that Ultimo is going to do very shortly. The next run is Mario Kart 8 Deluxe by Amber, and we have an open incentive. We have an open bid war. You can donate to choose the character that Amber is going to use. It is a donation bid war between Donkey Kong, Roy, and Waluigi. And Roy is currently winning. I gotta say, I'm surprised Waluigi hasn't gotten any donations yet. Wah! I will double check on that. But last I checked, Roy was winning. If you want to change that, make a donation. You can use the command !donate in the chat or go to donate.midwestspeedfest.com.
Kato, do you want to go ahead and advance the dialogue again so that we get to the end for the next section? Thank you. Kato coming in clutch.
Oh yeah, update there. It is actually tied right now between Roy and Waluigi. So let's go. Somebody's got to break the tie. Let's get some more donations in to really heat that up here for the next few minutes. That never happens in Mario Kart, where the character in last place ends up miraculously in first place somehow.
The incentive won't take too long to show off once we get there. We just have to get everyone on their feet. If you remember all the way back in Summers, we left one of those coffins alive on purpose. And we're gonna go take a visit there to show off a fun little glitch we do. Because this is post-game, so you're not supposed to be able to die. Andy, are you still here?
I'm here. My son, so apologies if he comes through.
Oh, no problem. Gotta take a bow, man. Thanks for getting my back on this. You did a great job. Felt the commentary.
Hey, you did all the hard work. That mole cave and the 3 tunnel and everything, it was brutal.
I might sleep for 2 days after this. That was a lot of stress. Alright, let's go show off a glitch. So donations earned it. Let's how would you explain this, I guess? What's the technical stuff behind it, Andy? Or if you're busy, that's fine as well. Sounds like your hands are full. Okay, so here's what I was talking about. So we left one of these coffins here alive, a shattered man. He's gonna make short work of us. Most of the waiting will be waiting for the HP to tick down, because now we have way too much of it. Actually, you know what, let's just, for good measure, take the stuff off. I don't think it really makes a difference, but who knows. All right. So again, this is endgame. We're not supposed to die here. This is not supposed to be possible. And actually, ironically, the glitch we found in Mole Cave is very similar to how this works. So now we're just waiting for HP to tick down. We'll wait for Paula to go first so that he doesn't, Shattered Man doesn't hit her again. There we go. Now we just play the waiting game. So, we had a spoiler in Mole Cave, but what do you think happens here when both characters die in game? Oh no. So here we are.
Just that both characters dead, no big deal.
Yeah. To finish this, why not just take a picture like this too? So we did skip a lot of photos, but you know, let's all give one more giant peace sign here at the end with our ghost kids.
Only there were a ghost sprite for taking a picture.
He comes alive for 1 second just to take the picture. Now he's a ghost again. And you can actually go through and finish the credits like this. You can stay in this form all you want. Go around the world as a ghost. Which is what this run almost was, so how fitting. Alright, well that's the glitch. And yeah, I've really enjoyed this run, and it was stressful, but all in all, a lot of fun, so thank you for having me, and I think that'll do it, so.
GG on the run, that was awesome.